Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness, in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,789th meeting held on Tuesday the 10th of March 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adermann that the minutes of the 4,789th meeting of Council held on the 10th of March 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against no. The ayes have it. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Sorry, Councillor Dixon.
That's all right. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, can you please update the Chamber on how Infrastructure Australia's new priority project list will help us keep Brisbane moving over the next decade?
Lord Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councillor Dixon. Great question, really relevant, and particularly given the success of Brisbane Metro that we've already seen. With now, you've heard in the past 7 million trips taken. Well, it's 8 million trips taken now. And so Brisbane Metro continues to go from success to success. We've seen over the last 2 years a 27% increase in bus patronage, including a 10% increase just since the middle of last year. And so it's a wonderful thing. And Infrastructure Australia was quick to come behind our initial Metro business case a number of years ago, where we were successful in getting federal government funding, and so an initial instalment of 300 million and then a follow-up instalment of over 100 million, so 400 million from the federal government based on recommendations of Infrastructure Australia. But I can just say, in recent times, in recent days, we've had the latest Infrastructure Australia infrastructure priority list released, and extending Brisbane Metro is on the list as one of the most important projects in Australia, rated as high priority, the highest priority, and certainly one of the most important projects in Queensland as well. And so we know that we're seeing attempts to replicate the Brisbane Metro BRT model or bus rapid transit model on the Sunshine Coast, and the WAVE, the Sunshine Coast version of Brisbane Metro, was listed in the list as well as a high priority project. And so it's really clear, if we're going to move the large number of people that we need to move as our city grows and as we head towards the Olympic and Paralympic Games, we need more of Metro. We need more bus rapid transit, Brisbane Metro style public transport to make sure we keep our city moving. It is a proven success, and unlike projects that promise a lot but don't deliver, this one has delivered in spades, just like the other federally funded projects that we have seen, such as the Kangaroo Point Bridge. And so I was particularly excited to see that Infrastructure Australia put it on the high priority list. Now, why is this significant? They are the independent advisors to the federal government on which projects are worthy of funding. So this takes, theoretically, the politics out of it and provides independent recommendations to the federal government on the projects that are worthy of getting funded. And there are a lot of projects that get fed in and not many make it to the high priority list. But Brisbane Metro Extension did, just like the original Brisbane Metro did. And here's what they had to say about the project. Extension, and I quote here, extensions to Brisbane Metro services, including connections to Brisbane Airport, will increase access to public transport and ease congestion while also supporting housing and preparation for the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. This proposal is identified as a priority for future investment in the 2 to 4 year pipeline, and the Australian Government has already, as we know, committed $50 million towards progressing the expansion of Brisbane Metro to more areas. Proposal planning will be led by the Brisbane City Council in partnership with the Queensland and Australian governments. So there's obviously work going on as we speak to roll this out, to progress Brisbane Metro, Councillor Dixon, and we're also seeing interest from other councils as well. The Logan Mayor, John Raven, is interested in being involved in the process. He's excited about the opportunity for Metro to go into Logan City. The Redlands Mayor, Joss, is also very excited about the opportunity for the Metro to go out to the Redlands as well. And I know councillors on the north side are particularly excited about the opportunity to make use of the state government's transitway and to extend and complete that transitway so that we can see Metro services run to the north and also places like Brisbane Airport as well. And so I think this is a really important milestone. It's been independently assessed and independently given the stamp of approval as a high priority project. So we'll keep working on it. We want to see more Metro extensions rolled out across the city, and this is an important step forward in making sure that we get ongoing support from the federal and state government for this important project.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, during a community meeting of over 300 locals who were concerned about your Wynnum precinct plan, your LNP councillor for the Wynnum Manly ward stated, and I quote, if you're not happy with what's in the... Sorry, I'll quote, if you're not happy with what this plan looks like, put your feedback in and tell us what you would be happy with. Well, over 500 people did that, and you ignored them, with barely a single change to the Wynnum precinct plan before us today. Do you think that Councillor Givney deliberately misled those locals, or do the opinions of people who live in the Wynnum area just not matter to you?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Madam Chair, I think it's deliberately misleading to say that you support housing but then do everything possible to oppose housing when it's proposed and where it's proposed. And we see this is an ongoing ploy from the Labor opposition and the Greens, where they say, we want more housing, we need more housing, but then every opportunity they try and undermine it, they try and stir up opposition to it, they run local campaigns against it. That is disingenuous and misleading. The local councillor is a fantastic councillor, Alex Givney, and you know, these issues are never easy. They are never easy, particularly when you have an organised Labor opposition deliberately trying to fan the flames of opposition. But Councillor Givney knows that getting more homes in Wynnum Manly, and particularly the Wynnum CBD, is going to be a great thing for the local community. Wynnum is a fantastic place, but it can be even better, and this plan will help that come to fruition. It will also cater to the need for more homes in more parts of Brisbane that are well serviced by infrastructure. Infrastructure like train stations, infrastructure like shops and doctors' surgeries and facilities, amazing lifestyle assets like the Wynnum Manly foreshore, Wynnum Manly Lota foreshore. It is such a wonderful part of Brisbane. And, you know, Labor and Labor councillors in the past have been trying to hold back Wynnum for decades. They have been trying to stop any change there. And as a result, we've seen in that area a significant shortage of housing supply. And so the new councillor, who is passionate about the community, is passionate about people having the opportunity to get into a home, has taken a different view.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
On relevance, Chair, my question was about the Lord Mayor ignoring over 500 local residents who put a submission in based on the feedback and the
Councillor,
commitment from their local
Thank
councillor.
you. You don't get to ask the question again. The Lord Mayor is responding to your
He's not being
question and
relevant.
has 5 minutes to do so. Lord Mayor.
Well, we never ignore feedback. We might.
Councillor Griffiths, Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Collier. Do not call out while the Lord Mayor, or any other councillor for that matter, is on their feet speaking. Lord Mayor.
I'll say it again, Madam Chair. We never ignore feedback. We might have a different view,
Point of order.
and we have a right to have a different view,
One
but we
moment,
never ignore
please, Lord
feedback.
Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, under the Councillor Code of Conduct, the Lord Mayor is required to be honest. The Lord Mayor is being dishonest. Having gone through 2 neighbourhood
Councillor.
plans, I can say he completely ignored all the residents.
Councillor, I do not uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
We have made it very clear that one of our priorities, not just now, not just in recent years, has been to deliver more housing to meet the demands of growth in our community. And that is a responsibility that we take seriously. And so we may have a different view to some people that make submissions. Absolutely. And this is a
One
wonderful...
moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier, I caution you. Lord Mayor.
This is a wonderful example of democracy in action. People are entitled to express their views, but we support more housing and we support a better Wynnum. We support a revitalised Wynnum, and we are prepared to make sure that we can have a plan that works for Wynnum. Now, if you look at what's coming through today on the agenda, there's a whole range of different submissions relating to housing. There's submissions relating to Nunda, to
Point of order.
Carindale, to Indooroopilly.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. On relevance, the question was about Councillor Givney giving
Councillor?
a guarantee to people.
No, Councillor, I've already told you cannot keep asking the same question. And just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean you get to question it again. And the Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer. Please, I do not uphold your point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
The Lord Mayor is not being relevant to the question. It was about
Councillor,
500 people making a
again,
submission and him ignoring them
do not
entirely.
keep
He can't get up and
obstructing
say
the
that
meeting
he listens to people.
with the same point of order. I do not uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, it's very relevant that today we are bringing through opportunities to increase housing supply in multiple parts of the city, and every one of those is different. There's no cookie-cutter approach here, and so in Wynnum we see a potential height limit of 12 to 15 stories. In Indooroopilly, it's up to 25 stories. In Carindale, it's up to
Point of
30
order.
stories. And so each one is different because they are
One
different
moment,
areas.
please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Nunda, Carindale and Indooroopilly was not part of the question. The question was about the
Thank
Lord
you,
Mayor
Councillor.
ignoring the views
No.
of locals in Wynnum.
Thank you. It's part of the Lord Mayor's answer. And I do not uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
And the point I was making, Madam Chair, is that our response in each area is different because each area is different. The communities in each area want and expect different things, but also the opportunity that Councillor Givney gave residents to put in their submission, it's absolutely the right thing for a local councillor to do. A lot of people express opinions, put it in writing. We consider it. We considered everyone. We have
One moment,
provided...
please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier, I caution you again for calling out while another councillor is on their feet speaking. You know the rules in this chamber. Show some respect. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We provided a very detailed report of every single submission, what was said in the submission, and our response to that. And we stand by our response, and that is democracy. That is the wonderful thing about the process we are going through. We might have a different opinion to some of those people, but we want more housing and we want a better Wynnum, just like we want more housing in Indooroopilly and in Carindale and in Nunda. And so we'll continue to do the right thing by the community to make sure that future generations can have an opportunity to get into a home, because if we take the view that Labor and the Greens and the independent councillor takes, which is just to oppose,
Councillor,
then
Lord
everyone
Mayor,
will be
your
locked out
time
of
has
housing.
expired. Are there further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Communities and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Schrinner Council is proud to support our vibrant community of artists and creatives. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest funding that has become available to help our creative industries in making Brisbane's lifestyle even better?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Chair, and through you I want to thank Councillor Atwood for the question, because it is always a pleasure to talk about how the Schrinner Council is backing Brisbane's artists and creatives. And we are backing them in real, practical, meaningful ways that help them create, ways that help them perform, ways that help them tell Brisbane stories, and ways that give our residents even more to see and do right across our suburbs, because that is what makes Brisbane the lifestyle capital of Australia. And Madam Chair, the latest round of the Creative Sparks Grants program shows exactly why this program has been running since 2000. And for more than 20 years, it has helped thousands of local artists take their ideas and turn them into something Brisbane residents can enjoy. And this year is no different. In fact, this year, 17 incredible Brisbane artists and creative organisations will share in more than $230,000 to bring new, exciting and innovative works to audiences across the city. And every single one of these projects contributes to what makes our city's lifestyle so special. So let me take the Chamber through some of the inspiring recipients. First, Madam Chair, we have Sing Sing Sing, Queensland's first dementia choir. They will use their support to reach new audiences with a participatory choral performance that fosters connection, belonging and joy for both participants and audiences. This work will be presented during Brisbane's Anywhere Festival, meaning more people will get the chance to experience it as close to home. Second, we have the talented composer Greta Kelly and her work with MZazar. Their residency will explore first-generation migrant experiences through new cross-cultural compositions that will eventually form part of their fourth studio album and multidisciplinary performance. It will culminate in a public workshop at BMAC, strengthening cultural storytelling and our community. And Madam Chair, speaking of storytelling, Valkana Women's Circus will present Cashless and Carefree, a new circus-based performance exploring ideas of care and care work at the historic Spring Hill Baths, an area that you know that I enjoy very much. This work is deeply collaborative, partnering with the Synchronised Swimming Troupe and an older women's dance collective to celebrate the richness of intergenerational creativity. And from physical performance, we move to the visual arts. Preeta Yaganya will develop the moving image work Arts of I knew I couldn't say this, reciprocity, working with migrant and women to explore printmaking, ecology and shared labour as acts of community building. The new work will be exhibited at One Space Gallery. And Madam Chair, creativity also means celebrating identity. That is exactly what Ehud Joseph's project does. Their exhibition, Fashioning Queer Identities, investigates the ways LGBTQIA+ identities are expressed, shaped or concealed through clothing and co-design. And in another example of emerging art talent, Alex Buchanan, auspiced by Pip Arts, will stage Flabberay, an original cabaret exploring life in a fat-phobic world. That sounds a little interesting as well. It challenges perceptions and gives voice to lived experience through humour, music and performance. Madam Chair, we are also backing creativity in our musical landscape. Dots and Loops, a well-loved Brisbane ensemble, will deliver Sounding Spaces, a free series of immersive events combining live music, participatory activities and sonic exploration walks. These events will take place in New Farm and bring community members of all ages together in a playful, engaging environment. And we continue to champion classical music too. The Australian Romantic and Classical Orchestra will introduce new audiences to Viennese and Czech chamber works in their project Bohemian Dreams, delivered in an interactive music talk format in Tennyson. Madam Chair, we are also celebrating milestones. Nerida Mattau's project Retroactive reunites 31 local artists to celebrate 20 years of Dance Collective. This will bring treasured works together into a new performance presented at the Thomas Dixon Centre. Every single one of these projects is backed by the Schrinner Council because we believe in giving artists the support they need to grow. Because when artists thrive, our city thrives, and Brisbane residents benefit too. They get more performances to attend, more workshops to join, more galleries to explore, more stories to connect with, and more reasons to enjoy the lifestyle that makes Brisbane
Councillor
such a great
Howard, your
place to
time
live.
has expired. Further questions? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Brisbane's west side isn't included in the LNP Council's Metro Network expansion business case that will take us out to at least 2032, and with this council's timeline, there is little chance of a Western Metro link being constructed until at least 2038. Council data shows that over the last year, peak hour traffic on Coronation Drive averaged about 20 kilometres per hour. Musgrave and Waterworks Road didn't do much better at just 25 kilometres per hour. Moggill Road from Indooroopilly to Coronation Drive into Wong averages 20 kilometres per hour in the morning and just 17 kilometres per hour in the evening. Lord Mayor, through the chair, why wasn't Brisbane's west considered for a metro line in the current business case?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Look, that's a really good question, and I thank Councillor Chongwa for that question. We are absolutely committed to expanding transport services across Brisbane, and there are certain locations that are suitable for a metro kind of solution when it comes to bus rapid transit. And these are generally the areas that had plans at the state government level for busways or transitways to be built. And so the original metro line is along a busway. The extensions that we're talking about will be along either busways or transitways. And so we would love to see additional transport infrastructure built by the state government out to the western suburbs. And look, we're aware that the local member out there, the local state member, has been working to get some state funding for a transport study for the western...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Chongwa.
Lord Mayor, through the chair, the question was why wasn't included in the metro expansion business plan?
Thank you, Councillor Chongwa. The Lord Mayor is answering the question, and I don't uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
And so, as I was saying, there are plans to expand Metro where there are proposals for either busways or transitways. And these have generally been in areas of the city that have no rail line. There is no rail line through the old Cleveland Road corridor.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Massey, I caution you. And I remind councillors who've been in this chamber long enough to know that you don't call out while another councillor is on their feet. Councillor Collier, I caution you for speaking while I'm speaking. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. There is no rail line along the Gympie Road and Lutchwich Road corridor. And we know that there's a rail line to the airport, but it only services a fraction of the public transport need that is out there. And so Metro can fill that gap. Now, when it comes to other parts of the city, there are parts that are primarily serviced by rail, parts that are primarily serviced by bus rapid transit.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order,
The
Councillor
Lord
Massey.
Mayor seems to be explaining every other thing except why.
Councillor
As
Massey.
Councillor Chongwa
Councillor
asked,
Massey, it's not
wasn't Brisbane's West
Councillor,
considered...
Thank you, Councillor. I'm speaking, so...
We can all...
No, I do not uphold your point of order. Councillor Chongwa had the question, has asked the question, and the Lord Mayor is answering it, or trying to. Lord Mayor. Councillor Griffiths, one moment, Lord Mayor. Because he keeps on getting interrupted, Councillor Griffiths. It is not funny. that you come in here and continue to obstruct the meeting. No, you are, and I caution you for calling out. Lord Mayor. Just one moment. Lord Mayor.
But as I was saying, there are some exciting plans underway, which I know Councillor Adamant is supportive of, Christian Rowan is supportive of, to investigate improved transport in both roads and public transport in the western suburbs. But also some of the corridors that Councillor Chong-Wah mentioned. She mentioned Coronation Drive, she mentioned Milton Road. There's a rail line that runs directly parallel to both of those, and it is very well used. Plus, also, there is a very high level of bus service along those corridors as well. And so...
We'll just wait until you're quiet so that we can all hear the answer. Lord Mayor.
And so if the state government wants to talk about opportunities for transitways through the Western Corridor, that'd be fantastic, because that would then enable us to provide high frequency turn up and go bus rapid transit services. But it's not going to be a metro solution, a metro BRT solution, if the large vehicles just get stuck in the general traffic. I mean, that makes sense to everyone. And so there needs to be an infrastructure solution in order for metro services to run. And that's why we can have them running along busways and transitways, but not just in general traffic. I think that's a very obvious point. And so the infrastructure needs to come, and then the services can follow. And I'm excited that the state government is having a look at options for the western suburbs right now as we speak, because we know that better transport in all parts of Brisbane is something that we want to see. North, south, east, west, there are opportunities to improve transport. Every corridor will require a slightly different solution, but when it comes to metro services, there needs to be a busway or a transitway for Brisbane Metro services to run. And so the other challenge we have is that a number of these major corridors are partly controlled by the state government and partly controlled by council. And so there must be a collaborative and cooperative approach here. Moggle Road is an example of that, where part of Moggle Road, well, a large part of it is a state-controlled road corridor, and then part is a council-controlled road corridor. The part that got upgraded was the council section. Surprise, surprise. And we're keen to continue seeing improved transport services right across Brisbane, but to deliver that high-frequency metro-style solution, we need the infrastructure as well, and that has to be done in partnership with the state government. Now, the state government had a plan to build busways in many parts of southeast Queensland. Some of those busways were built. Some of them are yet to be built. But if they want to have a look at opportunities to introduce busways or transitways in the western suburbs, we would love to explore a metro-style solution for the western suburbs.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair.
One moment, please, Councillor Adams. We'll wait till the chamber's quiet so you can ask it. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, last week we heard that thanks to the Schrinner Council's investment in parks and open spaces, Brisbane has been crowned the best city in the world to raise a family. Yeah. Can you please update the Chamber on how our latest investment in an iconic natural asset is going to make Brisbane's lifestyle even better?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Adams for her question, because I know how passionate Councillor Adams is about creating more opportunities for Brisbane residents to enjoy, and I'm sure she was quite unsurprised that Brisbane has been crowned the best city in the world to raise a family. Madam Chair, you will recall that last week I was able to update the Chamber with some of the innovative ways that we have been transforming our parks across our city, and today I'm absolutely delighted to provide an update on what we're doing at one of Brisbane's most iconic natural assets, and that's at the Mount Gravatt Lookout. And Madam Chair, when we think of Brisbane lookouts, Mount Cootha probably tends to claim the spot, or certainly the spotlight. But having been out to visit the ward, Councillor Adams' ward, early on my time becoming chair, she took me around the ward and took me specifically up to the Mount Gravatt lookout, and I can tell you the locals love it, Councillor Adams love it. I know why they love it, because it's got better views than Mount Cootha. It's absolutely terrific. You can see all the way out to Moreton Bay, you can see all the way to the Glasshouse Mountains, and of course you can see all the way out to Mount Tambourine. And on top of that, the reserve has some really terrific trails, which are a great way for people to get out and enjoy our natural reserves in what is an urban environment. I'm told that the summit itself has been a treasured vantage point since the 19th century, and its popularity only continues to grow when people discover it. And now, Madam Chair, it's going to be even better. Around 15 years ago, we went out to the community and came up with a draft plan to upgrade the lookout. And we listened to what people had to say, and that plan was developed, and we've been gradually rolling out that concept plan. The centrepiece of the project for this stage is a brand new pathway along the summit perimeter, which will provide better connections for people from the cafe to the bathrooms and around the picnic tables that we upgraded last year. So that means that people of all ages and all abilities will be able to enjoy the summit, get around more easily, grab a cup of coffee and look out over the sensational view. We're also going, as part of this phase of works, installing some new terraced sandstone seating walls, so people get to take a seat and can enjoy the views in another way. And whilst our focus right now is on delivering those additions, there are other ideas being considered for the future under the concept plan, and this includes ideas such as refreshing the playground, which sits adjacent to the kiosk, and this could include it having nature play elements. There's plans for a new entry shelter with bike storage and interpretive information, as well as upgrading and or replacing the toilet block. And one of the other opportunities for consideration is a new viewing deck beside the cafe, which will be terrific, Councillor Adams, a fantastic addition, which once again gives another opportunity for people to have take advantage of the views. And this all builds upon the work that we've already done across other parts of the reserve, such as the upgrades to the Acacia and Federation walking trails. We've also upgraded the Gertrude Petty Place car park, which sits at the base of the reserve. It's got wider bays, so has better access for people with limited mobility. So I'm very excited, Madam Chair, for these upgrades to get underway. I know Councillor Adams is very excited about it. I heard local community are very excited about these upgrades coming on their way. It is an iconic space. Mount Gravatt and Brisbane Southside deserves this wonderful upgrade to an iconic location. But it won't just be for the locals, it'll be for tourists, whether they're coming domestically or from overseas, or in fact people from the north side going across to the south side and enjoying what it has to offer. So, Madam Chair, this is just another way that the Shrinner Council builds on the lifestyle that we treasure and love here in Brisbane. And once again, it was very unsurprising to me and those on this side of the chamber that Brisbane was voted as the best place here across the world to raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, while you're getting ready to head off to the United States, understand it's LA, Boston and New York, here's what's happening on the ground. Can we have them? Annerley Library needs 2 possum boxes so we can remove possums from the ceiling of the library. The quote from council for 2 possum boxes to be installed is $9,650. I'll repeat that again, $9,650. The local men's shed produced these for $25 each. Well done, men's shed. Lord Mayor, has your overseas splurge on travel really made you out of touch with residents in thinking that $10,000, a charge of $10,000 for 2 possum boxes is acceptable to ratepayers?
Lord Mayor.
Well, thanks for the question, Possum. That was a good one. And I would suggest that a simple solution here is to go directly to the men's shed and we can sort this out real quickly.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Do not call out councillors. Look. You may note that other councillors were not calling out while you were on your feet, Councillor Griffiths. Show the same courtesy. Lord Mayor.
But when it comes to improving and upgrading our libraries, that process is ongoing and we are proud of the record of investment in our libraries. Whether it's the Bulimba Library, where we're planning the upgrade, or countless other libraries, we want to do more than just possum boxes.
Point of order.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor.
The Lord Mayor's weaving his possum magic.
Councillor Griffiths.
But I'm just throwing back to the question. Is $10,000 for 2 of these
Thank you, Councillor.
acceptable? Thank you.
Again, don't keep asking the question again and again. Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer. Lord Mayor.
Well, look, I'm not aware of any quote, and if Councillor Griffiths wants to actually provide me with a quote, I'll do my best to sort it out. But obviously, he's making a claim here. I've seen no evidence of that. I'd love to have a look at it, but if we can get the possum boxes installed at a reasonable and affordable rate, we'll get them installed as quickly as possible, and we'll continue to invest in our libraries as well, because they're such an important service that we value, that we fund every year, that we're continuing to grow. And, you know, I have to remind you, Councillor Griffiths, that during your time in council, Labor closed down libraries. They shut them down and they sold them off to property developers. They closed libraries. So you want to talk about possum boxes? I'll talk about Labor closing libraries. We don't close libraries, we upgrade libraries, we improve libraries, we invest in libraries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions, Councillor Addaman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And my question is a very timely...
One moment. Sorry, Councillor Addaman. Councillor Griffiths.
I had called a point of order. The Lord Mayor wanted the document. I'll table it.
Thank you. Councillor Addaman.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. And my question is a very timely one, given the Lord Mayor's answer to that last question. And that's to the Chair of Customer Services, Councillor Hutton. We know that residents love their libraries, and that's why the Shrinner Council continues to invest in these valuable community assets. Can you please update the Chamber on our latest suburban library upgrades?
No, turn your mic off, please, Councillor Hutton. The question is to Councillor Hutton, not you, Councillor Massey. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'd like to thank Councillor Addaman for the question. I love it when question time is talking about libraries, Madam Chair. And we love our libraries and so do our residents, which is why we continue as the Shrinner Council to invest in them. Libraries are among the most important community assets that we have in our suburbs. Think of the library as the heartbeat of our suburbs, quiet, steady, and always bringing life to the community around it. They are where children discover a love of reading, where students study and complete assignments, and where seniors stay connected to friends and neighbours. They are safe, welcoming, and inclusive spaces that build connection and open doors for everyone. When we talk about investing in Brisbane's lifestyle, Madam Chair, we are talking about investing in the heart of our suburbs. We are doing this right across our city. I'm very pleased to let you know that the Ashgrove Library will reopen on the 30th of March following an upgrade to the air conditioning system and the installation of the new 24/7 library lockers. For residents who can't always visit during standard hours, this is a genuine game changer, allowing them to collect their reserved items at any time of the day or night. Ashgrove joins a growing network of libraries offering this service alongside Brackenridge, Carina, Grange, Holland Park, Mitchelton and New Farm. Last year alone, more than 22,000 loans were borrowed using these lockers. This is what modern, accessible library services look like, Madam Chair, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Toomey for his advocacy in making this happen in the Ashgrove community. The Bulimba Library, Madam Chair, as the Lord Mayor announced, is doing an upgrade, and it is another example of us investing in our suburbs. Bulimba Library has a long and very proud history. It was not always a public library. Originally, the site was home to a local School of Arts building, constructed in 1887. Wow. In 1914, the building was expanded to include a large hall, a lodge room, a reading room and a library. In 1964, it was officially converted into a public library and became part of Brisbane City Council's network of libraries. By the 1980s, the library had outgrown its home and a new building was replaced in its place. Since opening in 1985, the current library has continued to evolve and we have continued to invest in it. Over the decades, the site has been a place where generations of residents have come to read, learn, study and connect. A true hub of knowledge and connection, and this legacy is worth recognising. The Lord Mayor promised that Bulimba Library would be upgraded, and we are delivering on this commitment. We are getting close to going out to tender, but before this happens, Madam Chair, we are consulting with the community, asking residents which improvements matter most. More reading spaces. Sounds like the opposition have got some suggestions, Madam Chair, and I hope that they put their submissions in. Asking residents what they want to see, whether it's dedicated study areas, quiet zones.
One moment, please, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Cassidy, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request you to stop calling out across the chamber and interjecting when another councillor is on their feet. Councillor Hutton.
As I was saying, Madam Chair, we are open for community consultation, and this is about hearing from residents about what they want to see improved in their local library, whether that's more reading spaces, dedicated study areas, a quiet zone, improved lighting, upgraded meeting rooms, accessible bathrooms, parent-friendly facilities and better accessibility throughout. We are listening, Madam Chair, and I encourage everyone to get involved. Consultation closes this Friday. So far, we have received over 680 responses. And to this, I want to thank Councillor Collier for sharing the survey as well. Every response helps ensure that this upgraded library meets the needs of families. Madam Chair, I just encourage Councillor Collier to make a submission instead of calling out across the chamber, but that's okay. I'm really excited to see what we can deliver in the Bulimba Library. I went out and visited, and it does have a bit of a 1980s vibe, a bit of yellow brick. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that, Councillor Adaman, but we really look forward to investing in this place because we know how much the community just love this area. We understand the value of local libraries, Madam Chair, whether it's big or small. It is the first place where kids borrow books, where seniors connect, where people get access to any book that they want. So, Madam Chair, from Bulimba to Ashgrove, we are continuing to invest in these important community spaces, and I'm excited to see what we have coming up for Bulimba.
Further questions, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. We hope you enjoyed your trip to Canberra. You were on 7 News last night where you admitted you can't fix the Pollara disaster alone. You called on the federal government to fund it. Council has a $4 billion budget. This comes down to priorities. Have you planned to improve traffic issues at Pollara State School if you can't get the money off someone else, considering that one lane of Ritchie Road was closed this morning, causing kids to go late to school, as well as a bus that was waiting to take the kids to swimming this morning?
Lord Mayor.
what was the question there? There was a statement, but I'm not sure what the question was. But what I can do is talk about our ongoing advocacy for infrastructure to support the growth of suburbs like Pallara and Rochdale, for growth areas of the city which are so important. And as we pointed out previously, as a result of charging regimes that have been supported by both sides of politics at the state government level, the council's ability to fund infrastructure has been capped by the state government.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Kim, point of
Thank
order.
you, Chair. I will paraphrase the question for the Lord Mayor.
No, Councillor,
The
you don't
question
get to
is
do that. You
on
have
relevance.
asked your
On
question.
relevance, Chair.
Councillor, you have asked your question and the Lord Mayor is answering it. I do not uphold your point of order.
Point of
Lord
order.
Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Kim. No.
On relevance, the
Councillor,
question to the Lord Mayor
thank
was,
you.
how...
No, Councillor,
going
I'm
to fund this?
speaking and I have said to you, you don't keep getting to ask the question. Lord Mayor is answering.
Chair,
it.
on relevance, this
No,
road is-
Councillor.
is a council...
Thank you,
Ritchie
Councillor.
Road-
Do not keep asking the question, same question again and again and holding up the meeting. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
The Lord Mayor said he didn't hear the question and you've allowed him to answer it.
Councillor
He did.
Cassidy, I don't uphold your point of order. He did not ask her to ask it again. I don't uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, thank you. The issue of funding infrastructure to support the growth of housing is a shared one, and it always has been. So much so that the state government actually sets the regime under which infrastructure charges are collected, and they have capped that. And both Labor and our side of politics have supported that cap. We disagree, and we've made it clear that we disagree. There was a time when, if new housing estates were built, the developers were required to fund the infrastructure to provide that housing.
Councillor Kim. Do not keep calling out while another councillor is on their feet. Lord Mayor.
As I was saying, there was a time when developers were required to appropriately fund infrastructure to support new housing. And that was changed at the state government level. I understand it was introduced by a Labor government. It was then supported by an LNP government and then supported again by a Labor government. And we have advocated consistently over the years.
Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Kim.
The Lord Mayor has not addressed the question, why did they close the road this morning and what is he doing?
Councillor Kim, I have told you not to repeatedly do that. Sorry, Lord Mayor, but the question time is over. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 9th of March 2026.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, one, has question time finished?
Yes,
because
I just
you
said
did
that.
not say, no, you didn't. You just went blah, 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 establishment and coordination. So I'm just wondering, Madam Chairman, why you did not announce question time had finished, and two, why you didn't even take a little tiny breath between doing that and inviting the Lord Mayor.
Both interesting questions, Councillor, but if you're listening, I said question time was over and I'm now calling Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report, and do not speak while I am speaking, Councillor Johnston, of the 9th of March 2026. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As the time for motions has not yet commenced. No, it hasn't, because the motion has not been moved yet. I seek to leave to suspend standing orders in order to move an urgency motion calling on Council to fix a section of footpath in Equity Street, Annerley, which was reported to Council in August
Councillor,
2023.
it's a procedural motion. You don't debate it. You just call for a suspension of standing orders. That's all. It has been moved for a suspension of standing orders by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. All those in favour of suspending standing orders say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats.
Point of order, Chair. Ooh.
Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Councillor Cassidy, your point of order?
Well, I believe Councillor Massey called a point of order, but
No, sorry, I didn't hear you. So, do you have a point of order first? Thanks, Councillor Cassidy. Point of order,
I
Councillor Massey.
rise to suspend standing orders to move an emergency motion funding the renovation of the Calippo Library so that it can actually have accessible toilets for residents, since we care
Thank you,
so much about
Councillor.
libraries citywide.
It has been moved by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Chongwa to suspend standing orders. All those in favour of suspending standing orders say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The noes have it.
Division.
Councillor. It has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. All those, the division, yes. Those in favour say aye. Ayes to my left. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats.
a point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I move to suspend standing orders to move a motion that's not currently listed on the agenda that the Wynnum Precinct Plan is paused until a local infrastructure plan is established.
Second. It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier to suspend standing orders. All those in favour of suspending standing orders say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Chair, I move to suspend standing orders in order for me to move a motion not listed on the agenda that this council increase the number of first 5 forever story times available in council libraries.
Has been
Seconded.
moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy to suspend standing orders. All those in favour of suspending standing orders say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Chong-Wah.
I rise to suspend standing orders to remove an urgent motion that's not on the agenda, that the Shrinner Council acknowledges that all of Burraben Victoria Park, 64 hectares, now statutory protected under the Queensland Heritage Register, entry 602493 due to the cultural and heritage significance.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Chong-Wah to suspend standing orders and seconded by Councillor Massey. All those in favour of suspending standing orders, please say aye. Aye. Those against no. No.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Chong-Wah, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, resume your seats.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Kim.
Chair, I rise to suspend standing orders in order to enable me to move the following motion that, due to the fact that the
Just
Lord
the
Mayor
topic,
clearly
thanks,
has
Councillor.
no idea what he's
Just
talking about on
give
Ritchie
me
Road
the
by
count.
shutting down one lane this morning.
Just the topic, please, not the motion. We're not debating the motion. All we're doing at the moment is suspending standing orders so you can then move the motion
That his
if
travel
agreed.
to the US is banned until he visits Pollara and the struggling Ritchie Road, and also that he...
Councillor, stop debating it.
Check. My mic...
It is. Stop debating it. Just, you're suspending standing orders. Do you have a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Kim and seconded by Councillor Collier to suspend standing orders. All those in favour of suspending standing orders, please say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I rise to suspend standing orders to enable me to move the following motion without notice, that this council condemns Anajax and the state government for removing 20 mature trees in the Hamilton Street, Maruka.
Thank you, Councillor.
Without any notice to council.
Councillor Griffiths has moved to suspend standing orders and seconded by Councillor Collier. All those in favour of suspending standing orders, please say aye. Those against, no. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. And councillors, do it quietly, please. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Strunk. Lucky last.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
That's okay.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to suspend standing orders that was not on the agenda today, asking the Lord Mayor to open up negotiations with QUU to establish a sewage connection between Ellen Grove
Thank you, Councillor.
and Wakehall.
Moved by Councillor Strunk and seconded by Councillor Collier to suspend standing orders. All those in favour of suspending standing orders, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Massey. I'm speaking. Stop calling out. It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier for a division. Those in favour, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
Councillors, that is lost. Please resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, I move that the notified motion regarding the pedestrian upgrades for Annerley that are currently tabled by the LNP are put back on the table for debate.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey that the motion from the 10th of March 2026 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells.
hadn't done a runner. She hadn't done a runner last week.
Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it. Oh, sorry, the noes have it. The voting being 8 in favour and 19
That
against.
is lost. Councillors, resume your seat. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Chair.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Oh, no, yes.
No point of order?
I was just checking if the Lord Mayor has moved all items yet.
ENC has started. We're waiting for the Lord Mayor to have the opportunity to speak on ENC. Lord Mayor.
Well, point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Well, if the Lord Mayor has moved that, and it's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor, I don't recall that, but that's happened, could I just ask that A, B and C be taken seriatim for debate?
He hasn't moved it yet, Councillor, but I will take A, B and C separate. Excuse me, Councillor. I will take them separate, yes. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor.
Can I move that A, B and C be taken separate for voting?
It's all been done. Councillor Cassidy has done that, but we still need the Lord Mayor to officially move that. Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 9th of March 2026 be adopted.
Seconded. It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 9th of March 2026 be adopted. Lord Mayor, we are taking A, B and C separate for debate and for vote. So I call on you for item A, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's extraordinary that the lengths the opposition will go to delay talking about housing, to delay what is a critical issue in the City of Brisbane, which is boosting housing supply. And, you know, in the lead up to the last election, we made it really clear that the choice was between this administration and a Labor-Green coalition of chaos. And we have seen that coalition of chaos in action today. Absolutely. All in lockstep, as though they were all from the same party. And in fact...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chair. I refer you to section 35, subsection 13 of the Meetings Local Law, which says a period of 3 hours shall be allowed for debate on all committee reports. I note that we started debate on the committee reports at 2:07 p.m. And as the Meetings Local Law require 3 hours for that debate, can you confirm that is when you are starting?
No, Councillor, we're already 20 minutes in. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, you've outlined to this chamber that the time for motion reports had not commenced. The Lord Mayor had not moved the motion.
No, Councillor.
Section 35(13) says a period of 3 hours shall be allowed, shall be allowed for debate on all committee reports. As you cannot debate a report before it has been moved, Madam Chair, can you say why you are arbitrarily removing 20 minutes of debating time in contrast to what is in the Meetings Local Law?
Councillor, I don't uphold your point of order and I'm not going to debate you. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, again, I would ask you to read it It says a period of 3 hours shall be allowed for debate. For debate to occur, a motion must have been moved. It cannot commence before a motion has been moved. So you starting the clock before any motion has been moved is not allowing debate to occur. I urge you to check this, and I urge you to rethink your ruling.
I won't be rethinking that ruling, Councillor Johnston. I started the debate and many suspensions of standing order have taken up that time, and we are now moving into item A, Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair. You do understand that the suspension of standing orders suspends standing orders. It doesn't eat into the clock.
No, Councillor, it's only if the motion is carried. When you call to suspend standing orders, if everybody votes to suspend, then it suspends. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, as you are deliberately deciding not to comply with section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law, which says a period of 3 hours shall be allowed for debate on all committee reports, I move dissent in your ruling.
Seconded.
Dissent in my ruling has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Resume your... Yep, thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've seen today the coalition of chaos in full fling, full flight. The real question, though, that I have and that the people of Brisbane no doubt have is who is the leader of the coalition of chaos? Because it seems to me that the independent councillor for Tennyson Ward is the self-appointed leader of the coalition of chaos. And it makes me question what happened to the once great Labor Party, who gets paid to be the leader of the opposition over here, who gets paid to be the official opposition, who gets the resources of opposition, the extra staff and the pay and the entitlements that come with it, but delegating the job to someone else.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, number one, there's just so many things wrong with that, but...
Councillor, that's not a point of order, Councillor.
Oh,
do you have
am I not allowed to speak words to explain what my point of order is? One, Madam Chair, there's no such thing as a whatever it was. 2, I'm not the leader.
Councillors, just one moment, please. Councillor Johnston. Councillors.
The Nationals and the Liberals.
And Councillor Massey too. Councillor Johnston.
2, I'm not the leader of the opposition. 3.
Councillors.
Yeah, I can hear all the LNP. Can you, Madam Chair? They're all calling out exactly like the others were doing on this
Must be
side.
why I just asked them not to,
No,
Councillor
you didn't.
Johnston.
You said councillors.
Do you have a point
You said
of
councillors.
order?
You didn't call the LNP councillors out because you don't do it.
Do you have a
now,
point of order,
Madam
Councillor
Chair,
Johnston?
councillors in this place should be referred to by their proper titles. None of those rubbish titles the small-minded Lord Mayor came up with are official titles, and I would ask you to ask the Lord Mayor to follow the meeting's local law.
I do not uphold your point of order, Councillor Johnston. Lord Mayor, Clause A.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor
I'm
Johnston.
sorry, Madam Chair. Did you just say you don't uphold my
Yes,
point?
I made a ruling. I don't uphold your point
I'm
of order.
sorry. Are
Thank
you now saying it is not the meeting's local law that you have to refer to councillors by their proper title in this place? Is that the rule now? Have you changed
Councillor
that rule today
Johnston,
too?
stop debating me.
Madam Chairman, I would seek clarification on your ruling. Is it not the rule that councillors have to be referred to by their proper titles in this place? When did that rule change? I'm not aware that it has.
Councillor, I believe Councillor for Tennyson is a relevant title, but obviously we all know that you need to speak with councillors through the chair, and also in this chamber all councillors know the code of conduct and that they should actually all remain quiet while a councillor is on their feet speaking, and that includes when there's a point of order. So again, I'll remind councillors to all show that respect to other councillors. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Are you experiencing some hearing difficulties, Madam Chair? The Lord Mayor referred to me by 2 inappropriate titles. The meeting's local law require the Lord Mayor to refer to me and other councillors by their proper titles. That is the meeting's local law. I've been here 18 years. Why have you just ignored my point of order, said it's not a point of order, and then made some weird statement about councillors being quiet, which had nothing to do with the point of order that I made? When did the rule change that councillors do not have to be referred to by their proper title, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. And a rule you need to abide by is that the chair is chairing the meeting. And I have made my decision. It is up to the Lord Mayor if he wants to address anything that you have said then, if he gets the opportunity to speak. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
You are a joke. I move dissent in your ruling. I need a second.
Seconded.
Dissent in my ruling has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. Councillor Johnston, it's inappropriate for you to refer to me in the way that you did and in this chamber. And as you have displayed unsuitable meeting conduct and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I caution you about calling across the chamber in an inappropriate way and using the terminology that you are using against the chair. Lord Mayor.
Okay, just to be clear, Madam Chairman, point of order, please. Just to be clear, because I'm not clear on the rules.
I haven't called you yet, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear on the rules, a councillor cannot be called a joke, but a councillor can be called chaos and the Leader of the Opposition, even if they're not those things. So just to get these title issues right, Madam Chairman, which ones are okay and which ones aren't?
Well, let's just be clear, Councillor. You're referring to the chair of the chamber. And I ask you not to refer to me as that. You can move dissent,
I
but
would
you are
ask,
not
Madam
to
Chair,
be...
that the Lord Mayor doesn't refer to me as things that I am not either.
Councillor? Councillors? Councillor Massey? Lord Mayor. Clause A.
So, Madam Chair, we've just heard Councillor Johnston calling other councillors a joke and small-minded, but apparently councillors have to be called by the correct title. And, you know, the level of hypocrisy here from Councillor Johnston
One moment,
is
please,
next level.
Lord Mayor. And Councillor Johnston, as you are still calling out.
Point of order.
And not referring to me as my proper name. I'm speaking, Councillor Kim, that means you remain seated, you don't get up. Councillor Johnston, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
This one first.
Yeah.
Point of order, Councillor Kim.
On relevance, for the Lord Mayor to say this is hypocritical when last week he referred to myself as, well, both with Councillor Wines, myself being crazy and paranoid, then the Lord Mayor saying that it's due to the full moon. It is unbelievable.
Thank you, Councillor.
Hearing today by this LNP Lord Mayor.
Councillor, that is actually not a point of order. Thank you. It's not a point of order. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just to be clear, what was I warned for?
Councillor, I am not going to debate with you.
I'm not seeking to
Councillor,
debate.
don't keep
I don't know
obstructing.
what you warned me for, and I would like to know, because it's important if I am
For
to
showing
follow...
unsuitable meeting conduct. I was
not.
actually
I'm
very
just-
clear in the warning that you are showing unsuitable meeting conduct and you are obstructing the flow of this meeting as well.
I am simply,
Lord Mayor?
Madam Chair, seeking to know what you made the warning for.
Again, Councillor, it was for unsuitable meeting conduct, and if you want to refer back later at the minutes, that's up to you. We're continuing with the meeting. Lord Mayor.
What we've seen, Madam Chair, is a deliberate, concerted and organised attempt to delay discussing the most important issue today, which is that of increased housing supply in 4 areas of the city. In Wynnum, in Nunda, in Carindale and in Indooroopilly. In 4 areas that are well located with public transport, with shops and facilities, in areas that make sense to have more housing supply, in areas that, if we pause for a moment and accept that we are in a housing crisis with a severe shortage of housing, what we have seen today is quite remarkable. It doesn't make any sense, and it is an example of 3 different political groups all working together in a coalition of chaos, and it is, you know, I guess all I would say is anyone who wants to watch the proceedings of this meeting will see exactly what happened here. And I don't think it reflects well on the opposition in any way, shape or form. Now, Madam Chair, we've seen repeatedly that opposition councillors say that they agree that there should be more housing provided. And we've seen repeatedly attempts to block any attempts to provide more housing supply. And that is the real issue that is up for debate today. It is an issue of whether we want more homes to be built, where we want them to be built. Do we want never-ending suburban sprawl, or do we want them where there's great public transport where there's shops and facilities and doctors' surgeries and infrastructure, or whether we have the never-ending situation of sprawl that sees the destruction of green space and bushland, or we have growth in a sustainable way, growth in places like Carindale and Indooroopilly and Nunda and Wynnum. Now, it is really easy for councillors to find reasons to oppose that. Because if these decisions were easy, Labor and the Greens and the Independent would have come on board and they'd be backing it. But we know that they've done everything but. Now, we are prepared to make the choices that need to be made to provide more housing supply and to grow a more sustainable Brisbane. And so that has been our position consistently. That has been every plan that we have released has been based on these principles. It's about more housing, but also more housing in the right places, more supply. And if there's any doubt about, party political differences on this, we see at other levels of government commentary from Labor leaders about the urgent need for more supply. It is not something that we're just saying. It's something that the PM is saying, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and I will quote him. And he said, "To make housing more affordable, we need to build more homes." That is straight from his own website. He also went on to say, "Building more homes will make housing more affordable, whether you're building, buying or renting." That's a direct quote, a media release from the Prime Minister himself. In June last year, in the National Press Club address by the PM, he said, "It's too hard to build homes in this country." And that was a direct quote. And he then went on to say, "If governments can cut through some of the red tape, then that will reduce the cost of new housing." The Housing Minister, Claire O'Neill, around the same time said, if we're going to tackle the fundamental problem, and that is Australia needs to build more homes more quickly, we need to make a change. The Federal Treasurer, who's also local to South East Queensland, Jim Chalmers, said, "Australia needs to build more homes more quickly." Direct quote. Former Premier Stephen Miles said, "We've been very clear. No one can address the housing crisis alone. It will take government at all levels, private companies, industry and peak bodies and the community to ensure every Queenslander has a place to call home." And so across the political spectrum, everyone agrees that more homes are urgently needed. The matter for debate is not whether more homes are needed, but where those homes should be. And we've been really clear about our position, and I say it again. We need more homes in the right places. What are the right places? They're well located with public transport, with shops and services and facilities. They are areas that can accommodate more growth, and they are areas that have existing infrastructure that is not being used to its full capacity. They are areas along railway lines that have stations nearby, like Wynnum. They are areas next to major shopping centres like Carindale and Indooroopilly. Indooroopilly has a train line right nearby. We have Carindale which is a key part of our plan to expand the Brisbane Metro along the Old Cleveland Road corridor. And we have Nunda with a train station right nearby and already significant suburban renewal happening there, a great example of suburban renewal. These are the kind of places that make sense to have more homes. But I would flip it around and say, if we can't have more homes in Carindale and Indooroopilly and Nunda and Wynnum, where will they go? Where will they go? We know the alternative. It is never-ending urban sprawl and the destruction of bushland and green space. It is development in places that have no infrastructure, and that is not the smart choice to make. And so today we choose more homes in the right places, and the submissions that are coming through achieve that outcome. And so to have all of this time in the meeting chewed up to defer this discussion is really quite extraordinary. We're talking about housing supply, we're talking about more homes, we're talking about suburban revitalisation, and the opposition just wants to talk about themselves. They want to make it all about them, and they want to disrupt the meeting, they want to delay important debates, and we're going to get on with it. We're going to talk about what needs to be talked about. Now, the item A on the agenda is the submission that relates to major centres. And that relates to Indooroopilly, Carindale and Nunda, as I mentioned. And these are exactly those kind of locations that have access to infrastructure. They are well located. They can accommodate more homes. Item A is not coming through in isolation. It's also matched with another item which is related to Wynnum as well. But I'm referring at the moment to Indooroopilly, Carindale and Nunda. So let's go into the detail. In Indooroopilly, we're looking at in a discrete area close to the shopping centre and the bus station and train station to lift the maximum building height from
Lord
20...
Mayor, your time
Move
has
for an
expired.
extension, Madam Chair.
It has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adaman. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We're looking in Indooroopilly to increase the maximum building height from 20 to 25 stories in the centre itself and the immediately surrounding areas along Grosvenor Road, Belgrave Road, Station Road and east of Stanford Road. We're also proposing to reduce the minimum site area that's needed to achieve existing height limits in other surrounding areas, such as those on Musgrave Road, Foxton Street, Rylett Street, from 4,000 square metres to 2,000 square metres. Why? It's about accommodating more homes. It's about making sure that more homes can be built. It's about doing what the Prime Minister and the Minister for Housing said, which was to reduce the red tape which is holding back the delivery of new homes. Now, if new homes could be delivered without changing the plan, they would be being delivered right now. And there's a certain amount of that happens anyway, but we know we need more than what is being delivered. And so we have to make changes to the plans. And we have to make those choices about where those changes will occur. And so Indooroopilly is one of those locations. Carindale is another such location. In the Carindale Centre, we're proposing to increase the maximum building height from 10 stories to 30 stories. Now, this doesn't cover, obviously, as with Indooroopilly, it doesn't cover the whole suburb of Carindale. In fact, it's a tiny fraction of the suburb. In fact, it's the area immediately next to the shopping centre and on the shopping centre site itself. And so Carindale itself will be able to accommodate significantly more homes, while both Carindale and Indooroopilly will have the things preserved that everyone loves about living in those areas. And we know that there is demand in these areas. We know that people want to live in Carindale, in Indooroopilly, in Nunda and in Wynnum. And so we've made those changes and they're coming through today. There will also be building height transitions along key boundaries that are adjacent to existing low density areas, so that we have an appropriate transition from low density to higher density. That is appropriate planning. But also, as part of this change with Carindale, a key consideration will be the upgrades to public transport that need to occur to accommodate options such as the extension of Brisbane Metro along the Old Cleveland Road corridor and better, more frequent public transport services along the Old Cleveland Road corridor. Now, we know that as part of the state government's delivery plan for the 2032 Olympics, Old Cleveland Road is one of those corridors that is going to get upgraded, because it's not only a residential area and shopping area for the suburb of Carindale, it also serves the entire eastern corridor, all the way through from the Deputy Mayor's ward all the way through to Redlands. And so this is an important corridor. It can accommodate more homes, it can accommodate better transport, and there's plans for better transport to be delivered. So once again, is something that makes sense. But once again, I'll point out that the growth is being contained to just a fraction of the land area of the suburbs that we're talking about. And by going tall, we can limit the sprawl, we can preserve the livability and lifestyle of these suburbs and make sure that there's a sensible outcome that accommodates both aims, the aim to accommodate extra homes and the aim to protect the lifestyle and livability across Brisbane of these wonderful areas. In Nunda Centre, we're proposing to increase the maximum building heights from 12 stories to 15 stories in the major centre itself, and up to 10 stories in the surrounding mixed-use zones in the Nunda Village precinct. There will also be an increase to 10 stories in the mixed-use zone in the Nunda North precinct, where fronting Ryan's Road. So the next steps from here is that this item will see amendments referred to the state for their state interest review, and as we've talked about many times in the past, any changes we make here or we propose need to be signed off repeatedly by the state government. They have already signed off at least once on the desire to make a change here. Now they have to receive further proposals and they have to sign off on those too. This is all part of governments working together to boost housing supply, and it's meeting our legislative requirements, which we're always keen to make sure people have their say on, but also to balance those needs of extra housing in a housing crisis. The amendments will be put to public consultation, which will commence on the 24th of April, after the school holidays, and they'll flow through that period after the break for the school holidays. We encourage people to have their say on these proposals, and we will listen. We may not always agree, as I said in question time, and we'll make our position really clear and the reasons for our decisions, but we absolutely want people to get involved in this process. Now, if there's a better way to solve the housing crisis that we're not aware of, absolutely, we're happy to consider that, because we're looking at a whole range of different options across Brisbane, but our priorities are always to make sure we bring people to where the infrastructure and transport are, and that we have growth in a sustainable way, and we have growth that supports and protects and grows our lifestyle. And so for anyone that suggests that that growth massively detracts from an area, I just wanted to point out some of the wonderful examples that we've seen already in Brisbane, where growth has been a wonderful thing and delivered so much for an area. I wanted to point out examples like West Village in West End, a precinct proposal that was strenuously opposed by various local politicians from both Labor and the Greens, and a proposal that everyone looks back and says, well, that's been a great outcome for West End. And in fact, people travel from far and wide to go to that wonderful lifestyle precinct that has been developed there. And guess what people said when they were opposing that growth and that development? Oh, there's not enough infrastructure. Oh, the traffic will be terrible. Oh, it'll change the character of the area. And it has changed the character of the area in a positive way. That's right. And it makes use of existing facilities and transport. If you look at the Newstead and Tenerife area, it's another example of where a lot of people have a lot of opinions on that, but it is now one of the most desirable places in Brisbane to live. And people, they're once again coming from far and wide to get the benefits that growth has brought to that precinct. And so people that suggest that somehow this will send an area backwards or take an area backwards or degrade its lifestyle, you just have to look at the examples in Brisbane of where it has been such a positive thing. And often, and I've seen it time and time again, both in this role and as a previous councillor as well, where people who were actively opposing development end up buying apartments in these places. I have seen it time and time again, because what we want to create is a better outcome for people. What we want to create is an improved Brisbane, improved suburban precincts, and this is the way that we do it and make Brisbane better while also responding to the demands of the housing crisis. Now, Madam Chair, normally at the beginning of E&C, I talk about a couple of general issues, and I just wanted to touch on a couple of those today. Firstly, I just wanted to update councillors, as I always do, on the lighting up of council assets that are occurring today, last night, and for the next few days. Last night, our council assets, including the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge, and other council assets, were lit up in multicolours to mark Neurodiversity Celebration Week 2026. This is a worldwide awareness week that is all about challenging stereotypes and misconceptions about neurological differences. Tonight, our assets will be lit up in green, as many councillors are lit up today for St Patrick's Day, a fantastic and rich celebration of Irish history, culture, and the contribution that Irish residents have made to Brisbane and Queensland. And in fact, roughly 1 in 8 Brisbane residents have Irish ancestry. Anyone in this room? Yeah? Yes. Yeah? Well, most people. Tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, the assets will be lit up in pink, green, blue and orange to celebrate the Brisbane Cycling Festival, which is Australia's largest multidisciplinary cycling event, held over 6 massive weeks, delivering an action-packed month of events, races, rides, expos and more. On Saturday, the assets will be lit up in orange to celebrate Harmony Day, such an important celebration of our multicultural community and a message from us that we support multiculturalism and social cohesion.
I
move for an extension, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
Move for an extension by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Adaman. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
And on Sunday, the Story Bridge and Kangaroo Point Bridge will be lit up in purple to support the 5th annual Epic Walk for DV, to raise funds for the Women's Legal Service, a fantastic organisation which we're proud to support. And our remaining assets will be lit up in red to support World TB Day. I also just wanted to update councillors on an important development in the charitable sector, and in particular the city's charitable trust, the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust. And I particularly want to pay tribute to the chair of the Charitable Trust, who volunteers day and night and goes above and beyond, and that is Nina, my wife, who could be doing a lot of other things and probably earning a lot of money out in the private sector, but chooses to volunteer to support the city's charity. And, you know, she does that willingly. And one of the things that she was really keen to do with the support of the board was to create a perpetual fund for the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust. And that is a fund that grows in size as a nest egg and provides an income return that directly supports the charities of our city. And for those people who aren't aware, the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust is the city's official charity, and it exists to support other charities. And so this perpetual fund has been established. It is now receiving its first donations. The donations are coming in, and they are sizable and significant donations, because people know that the investment they make will be there in perpetuity. It will always be there, and then it will provide an ongoing revenue stream that will back charities. And so we're excited about this. I want to thank Nina for her vision in getting this up and running, and the board as well, who have been very supportive. I want to thank members of the board who have put in a lot of blood, sweat and tears and provided a whole range of professional and technical advice for free. And also those in council who have supported the creation of this as well, and particularly James Langham, who's been very involved, Trish Levy, and so many others that have helped set this up. But obviously, because we know the importance of the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust and we want to back it, I can confirm today that on behalf of the City of Brisbane, we will be making a donation to that perpetual fund to help establish it and build that seed funding of $250,000, and that will then stay there forever, providing a return. And so we'll continue to build that up. And that will be an important and amazing legacy for frontline charity in our city. And so thank you to Nina, thank you to everyone that's been involved, thank you to the early donors for that perpetual fund as well. And people have been very generous. There have been some very sizable seed funding contributions to that, and I'm excited about the future as well. I just want to acknowledge as well, just in closing, that this Thursday, 19th of March, is the beginning of the Hindu New Year, marking the first day of the month, symbolising the start of spring, fresh beginnings, and the new Vikram Samvat. In the Hindu calendar, this is the beginning of the year 2083. So we're going ahead in time, and I wish all of Brisbane's Hindu community a happy new year. I'd also like to say this Friday to Saturday is also Eid al-Iftar, and that's the end of the fasting for Ramadan and the beginning of the 10th month in the Islamic calendar. And I know in recent times the Muslim community has been fasting, and it's been a wonderful thing to see. I certainly wish Brisbane's Muslim community an Eid Mubarak and best wishes for Eid al-Iftar. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on item A. And for somebody who was complaining about Labor councillors not wanting to talk on these housing items today, spent an awful lot of time talking about the Labor Party, not just here in council, but at other levels of government. We don't have a leader, we have a whinger that sits in this chamber week in, week out, and says all the words, I guess, but doesn't actually point to how these plans are going to result in making housing more affordable for ordinary working people here in Brisbane. And that's a key point, because the Lord Mayor never once in that 30 minutes he just spoke then uttered the words affordable housing. Of course not. Or housing affordability even. He spent a lot of time saying Labor councillors are blocking these plans, and he wishes that Labor councillors would get on board with these plans. Well, I would challenge the Lord Mayor Chair to name one precinct plan that we have voted no on since 2023. I'd take an interjection. Oh, they mumbled, they murmured, but it's none. We have not voted no on one single precinct plan this Lord Mayor has brought, because we thought, you know, maybe he's onto something here. Maybe these plans, maybe he thought he'd tried everything else through the city plan, through neighbourhood planning, through bringing in housing supply action plans and things like that, and he'd finally figured out a way to get houses and housing and unit construction out of the ground. And he said that this would result, you know, and so since 2023 we've had at least two precinct plans come into full effect, Kurilpa and Stones Corner, and others progressing. And he said this would stop the destruction of bushland. But that's still happening. Yeah. It's still happening in Councillor Davis's ward and Councillor Adamans' ward, the destruction of bushland for housing. So it's not adding up so far, for the Lord Mayor. And then he has the temerity to talk about Labor in the space of housing. He went down to Canberra and he said, he rattled off Labor politicians, the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and the Treasurer and the Housing Minister. And it was the Labor Party that for years and years tried to implement $10 billion worth of funding for housing affordability in this country that his party blocked. That's right. Now, we haven't blocked one single precinct plan in here, but his party actually blocked funding for housing affordability, and funding that could have come to Brisbane at a time years ago when these developments could have come out of the ground. But his party, his political party, blocked action on affordable housing for women fleeing domestic violence, for veterans suffering complex PTSD issues. And he gets up here and he blames everybody else for everything that's going wrong in Brisbane. Apparently, he has nothing to do with it.
That's a disgrace.
Now, our views on these three amendments to the city plan, Indooroopilly, Carindale and Nunda, are pretty well known. I debated them extensively when they first came to the chamber here. I think the Lord Mayor didn't bother coming. It was probably after an afternoon tea break, so I don't think he spent much time when these were initially introduced, but I did spend a bit of time talking about them there. And what I said, and I'll summarise quickly now, is that we do support more housing around shop services and amenities. I said that, Lord Mayor, you weren't here to listen. The goal here is to build up on major shopping centres and around key transport corridors.
Through the Chair, please, Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. This makes sense. There is already a wide variety of retail dining options at these locations. The services you need and depend on there to stay connected to the city, and the city, as I say, in the sense of the city of Brisbane, all the suburbs, the 200 suburbs that make it up, through fast, frequent public transport and for work, school and play and things like that. But there is a catch, right? There is a catch to all of this, and it requires intervention. It doesn't just require to let the market rip. There is a catch. Under this LNP regime here, only those with high incomes may enjoy such a convenience in the future. This is not a future that Brisbane should look forward to if you're on a modest income, like most, and indeed many residents are weighing up their futures now outside of Brisbane, people that grew up here. We need the right type of supply. You can't just say supply, 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 when you know, and the Lord Mayor knows this. He will have spoken to the Property Council, he will have spoken to the UDIA, he will have spoken to all the peak bodies about this. He knows that the products that will be built here without intervention will be high-end luxury products that ordinary people won't be able to afford. He knows that. And it seems every single week that goes by, the commentary from the sector tells us this, and more people are sounding the alarm bells, and just this week gone, we have seen more of that, about the feasibility of delivering affordable housing stock when it's just left to the private market. And more people tell us this approach that the LNP say is foolproof, apparently, is failing. We heard a report yesterday, or this morning even, it was talked about, that between next year and the Olympics, we are going to be 19,000 construction workers short every single year. And we saw a report about 5 or 7 days ago now that says two competing projects, one that is close to the river, one that is further away from the river, that would be more affordable. Well, the one close to the river is going to be built because it's got a higher profit margin, and a higher yield, and they'll get $3 million a unit, or maybe $5 million a unit. We have seen, probably closer to that, we have seen the world over, Chair, that without proper intervention in a housing crisis, leaving it all to the market, what you get is even more hollowing out of the middle class. Supply needs to be matched with intent. In Carindale, as we've heard, building heights are currently from 8 to 10 stories right now. They're going to go up to 30 in the centre core and centre fringe around Westfield. And at the sort of just reading through all this stuff, it's not the height that actually disturbs me. What does disturb me is the total aversion to any affordable housing in this area at all. And with that in mind, Chair, I move the following amendment. That under Clause A, Attachment A, Draft Resolution, under Then Council, a third point, 3 in brackets, is added. Under point 2 in brackets, which reads, ensures this precinct plan seeks long-term community benefits by including affordable housing with definitive targets within the plan, and encourages the Queensland Government to provide supportive housing models in the precinct.
Seconded.
An amendment has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that under Clause A, Attachment A, Draft Resolution, under Then Council, a third point, 3, is added under point 2, which reads, ensures this precinct plan seeks long-term community benefits by including affordable housing with definitive targets within the plan, and encourages the Queensland Government to provide supportive housing models in the precinct. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you very much, Chair. This amendment is sorely needed in our growing city. We're an Olympic city, whether we like it or not, and we must start thinking now what our legacy will be. Do we want to follow cities that have gone before us and price locals out of their homes and bus out the homeless for 4 weeks for a one-off event? Or do we want to leverage this moment to break the mould and deliver real change? This is the question that Adrian Schrinner and his LNP Council must make here today. In my opening remarks, I explained those height changes in Carindale, but what is beyond belief is not that going up from 10 stories to 30 stories, it's that there's nothing in these plans, nothing to incorporate even an aspirational target, let alone definitive targets for affordable housing in those 30-storey developments. Sydney is building entire new suburbs at the moment and zoning them, and they've got a minimum of 10% affordable housing in them. That'll be at least 3 stories of affordable housing in the Carindale area. And the biggest criticism of that is that it should be higher. At least they have a target. This Lord Mayor can't even do that. That difference matters for us here in Brisbane, and it has real implications. Brisbane has overtaken Sydney as a city that has the most expensive apartments. This is not an accident, this is by choice, and by the choices this LNP Council has made over the last 2 decades of decline here in Brisbane. The Lord Mayor is beholden to the private property development industry. It's pretty clear through everything we have seen from him. They are trapped in golden handcuffs. Even if they want to do something meaningful, they could lose it all, Chair. But private capital shouldn't decide who gets elected, people should. And the people will decide the Lord Mayor's fate in a couple of years' time, should he continue with the status quo. Brisbane is begging for change, a different approach. He even has the social licence to try something new. And should it fail, he could apologise and people would move on with him if he actually had a vision about where he wanted us to be. But that's a bit too much, I think, for his fragile ego. He'll fly to Harvard in the United States to learn about leadership, as we hear, from a workshop before he goes walking the streets of Brisbane for a free learning experience from people who live here. This precinct plan before us affects 3 suburbs, or only part of them, in Indooroopilly, Carindale and Nunda, and very small parts in Carindale. These precincts have shops, services, public space, amenities and transport all nearby. Surely these would be ideal places for people, for hard-working families to live, doing frontline work on modest incomes. Nope. Not according to Adrian Schrinner and the LNP though. Only those who can afford luxury apartments may be allowed to live there if his plans go forward. The alternative is a lifetime of renting. You can live somewhere convenient, but you'll be paying mortgage prices for a home you will never own. And a report out last week indicates that average rent in Brisbane is set to overtake the average mortgage payment. Madam Chair, what the Lord Mayor has led in recent weeks does not really matter to most people who live in Brisbane. Flying taxis, water scooters, IBIS number plates, they're nice things. You know, they give him a little video to do, his little Instagram videos, he can go do them. But you only should be able to do that when you get the basics right and when you talk about what your vision is for the future of Brisbane. If the Lord Mayor can accept that solving Brisbane's housing and homelessness crisis involves a holistic approach from all levels of government, he should be trying to pull his weight. These suburbs would also be ideal locations for supportive housing developments. I'm not sure the LNP knows what that is, despite us having moved this amendment 8 times to do 8 different proposals. But this is where the most vulnerable in our community can receive the wraparound support that they need close to transport and amenities where they rely on. Some people transition out of there into long-term rental accommodation, but some will have to remain there for the rest of their lives with that support. And if they didn't have that, they might be living permanently in Musgrave Park until the Lord Mayor comes in and boots them out and steals all of their items. But either way, these are better outcomes, those where the people have transitioned to other rental accommodation or stay in supportive housing, than living in tents in suburban parks. I'm not sure when the last time was the Lord Mayor visited Common Ground. I don't know that he ever has, but maybe between his trip to the United States and the budget he's delivering in June, he should go there and see for himself and see the good work that is being done, talk and, more importantly, listen to those people who work there and live there about what is possible with the right support. It's the type of work that Moreton Bay Council's actually doing. They're actually convening meetings to see how they can get supportive housing built in their suburbs. Why isn't this Lord Mayor doing that as well?
Councillor Cassidy, thank you. Your time has expired. Further speakers on that amendment? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the amendment to the motion that's been put forward by the Leader of the Opposition. And I will just make a few points about the proposal today. The changes to City Plan that are proposed for Indooroopilly, Carindale and Nunda are some of the trickiest little bits of local laws changes I've ever seen. In most of these areas, they are reducing the height of some of the parts of the neighbourhood plan areas. And we're not talking, for those who are listening, we're not talking about these whole suburbs either. In these areas, like Carindale and Indooroopilly in particular, which are designated as principal activity centres under our city plan, that is areas where higher density is supposed to fit because of all of the issues that have been canvassed, access to roads, jobs, services and infrastructure. But what the LNP have done, because these are safe LNP areas represented formerly by the Lord Mayor and now the local councillor who's MIA today, and Councillor Wolf on the other side of the chamber. What they do though is within the planning rules that we are debating today, they create these tiny little areas where some higher density is allowed. So for example, in Carindale, that is essentially the shopping centre footprint. Yes. There is a very, very small area of housing adjoining that on Winstanley Street, but that is largely protected by the limitations that are put on about the distance from the roads and how high you can go. So I think for anybody who go, well, okay, so how many new houses are going to be created by these changes? Have we heard from the Lord Mayor? No. No. They can't guarantee a single extra house will be built under this scheme. The problems, as the Lord Mayor well knows, are not council approvals for development in this city. They are happening all the time. Look at Yoorroongpilly in my ward, where the maximum height for a building under a neighbourhood plan was 9 stories, and this council allowed 26 stories, contrary to the planning scheme. Perfectly okay though. The developer wanted it. The developer had to make a profit. So council gave them 26 stories. So not only is the law that we are changing today going to be a joke because it's so tiny that it will barely have an impact, two, it's so irrelevant because this administration will allow developers to build whatever they want, wherever they want, regardless of what the planning scheme says. That happens every single day right across the city, and it is an appalling abuse of council officers' power under the Planning Act to approve developments that should not be approved because that's what the law says. That's what it says. In addition, there is no guarantee of extra infrastructure to support these areas, and that's the biggest complaint people have. You've heard the Lord Mayor say, we're just trying to block housing and we don't support housing. I mean, that is just such rubbish. There are hundreds and hundreds of DAs that go through my ward every day. It is where they don't comply with the planning scheme, where they do not comply with community expectations, and they do not comply with the Planning Act, that I will, and don't have the infrastructure to support them, that I will speak up. And my residents know that. But this Lord Mayor is performing one of the greatest magic tricks on this city that we have ever seen. He says he's putting higher density into Carindale, just maybe 1 tower above the existing shops. It's even smaller in Nunda, and it's slightly bigger area in Indooroopilly, but that's an area where you've already got mainly 10-storey buildings. Plus, it has to be on footprints bigger than 2,500 square metres. So if there's smaller sized blocks, they don't get the higher density. And that means developers have got to buy up all the blocks, and that's what makes it expensive, and that's what makes it harder, and that's why they don't do it. Now, the Lord Mayor said that by going tall, we can avoid the sprawl. Well, if that's true, Lord Mayor, why is your council approving high-rise out in the far suburbs, like Yoorroongpilly in my ward, where that level of high-rise is not supported? The infrastructure is not there to support all of these developments. And what I'll say is, if the Lord Mayor hasn't been on a train lately, maybe he should hop on one, because you cannot get a seat on most of the trains. He clearly does not. No, he's got a chauffeur-driven car, so he does not get on public transport very often. But out my way,
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adaman.
Yeah, thank you.
One moment,
Thank you,
please,
Chair.
Councillor Adaman.
5 minutes. That wasn't 5 minutes.
Chair, I move now that Council
Didn't even get to
adjourn
debate
for
the
afternoon
amendment.
tea for 15 minutes, which only commences when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adaman, seconded by Councillor Givney, that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Further speakers to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this amendment motion. As we've seen in recent times, there have been similar amendments moved to planning proposals, and as we've indicated in the past, the focus of this administration continues to be on supply. We have a very strong focus on supply and believe that anything that inhibits or conditions supply is not a positive thing. And it's worth bearing in mind where conditions have been applied in other jurisdictions like London, they have not worked. They've been abject failures. So we are very conscious that we need to ensure that the market is available and is unburdened by unnecessary restrictions. Now, it's interesting to note that not long ago, the Deputy Prime Minister announced a release of a range of federal defence properties. And in that announcement, he made no announcement himself about providing social and affordable housing. So it's quite evident that the federal government acknowledges that putting restrictions on development doesn't in fact enhance supply, it hinders supply. And so my question to the Labor Party, who seek to politicise this at every opportunity but offer no solutions, my suggestion to them is to answer some questions. So firstly, what is Labor's definition of affordable? Is it a 10%, 20% or 30% below market value? What is the definition? Number two, another question. Are Labor's affordability targets aspirational or mandatory in every development? They don't answer these questions. They're happy to have a go at us, but they never come up with solutions. Question number three, how would Labor target work? How would their targets work? For example, would they allow even greater density or height in developments in exchange for a percentage of so-called affordable dwellings? How would they do it? How would it work? Question number four. Would Labor reject plans for new homes in Brisbane if they didn't meet their affordability target? This appears to be a restriction on housing, and our focus has always been on supply. Question five, how can they buy, or how can these affordable homes be fixed? So what is it that instigates a buyer of affordable property? How do you categorise the people who can buy affordable housing? You know, is it only people who are on social security? Can professionals buy affordable housing? So there's a real question around how this works. Question six, where would the affordability target apply? Just in suburban precinct plan areas? Or would it be expanded right across the city for every development? And question number seven, how would Labor plan to keep these homes affordable? How would they stop someone buying one of these under some form of affordability criteria, but then at some stage in the future sell them into the the private-public market? They haven't answered that. And in fact, they haven't answered these 7 questions. So I call upon Labor to think about the challenge of affordable housing, but to also think about these important questions, because they have tactfully and intentionally avoided answering questions about affordability. As I said, they're happy to attack our housing plans, which are targeted on providing supply, which will in time force down prices, and it will provide a range of housing that's appropriate for the community. But right now, they need to answer some questions, and Madam Chair, I move that the motion now be put.
Seconded. It has been moved by one. Councillors, Councillor Collier, stop calling out across the chamber. It's inappropriate. Councillor Collier, I just asked you to stop calling out. It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the amendment motion now be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no? No. The ayes have it.
Division?
Seconded. Yep.
Division moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Cassidy, your right of reply.
Thanks very much, Chair. I am shocked. I am shocked, and I'm sure everybody who is watching along in person or on the live stream today, to sit through 5 minutes of the chair of the City Planning Committee, the councillor, the very senior LNP councillor, who is charged with developing council's planning scheme and council's response to the housing crisis, get up and say he has no idea what the definition of affordable housing is. No. Chair, there are 2 clear definitions, one that talks about the price point and one that talks about people's income as a percentage used on housing. Yep. They are very clear definitions. They're very clearly accepted by everybody in Australia except Councillor Allen and this LNP regime. Shame. So that's their only argument to get up here and say, just because Councillor Allen and this LNP Lord Mayor don't know what affordable housing or housing affordability is, we shouldn't talk about it.
Shame.
That's the LNP response to this amendment before us today.
He said it was a burden.
Councillor Allen called housing affordability a burden.
Shame.
That's a direct quote from his speech just before. He
That
called
is a disgrace.
housing affordability targets a burden. Not on people, not a burden on people seeking somewhere to live, but a burden on developers. That's what Councillor Allen just said. That's what he just said. And he said the federal government, he talked about the federal government. Now, we've talked a bit about the federal government's levers of support in this space, being blocked by the Liberal and National parties for so long, by that coalition of chaos in the Liberal and National parties, blocked for so long. Whoa. But newsflash, Councillor Allen, through you, Chair, the federal government doesn't amend the city plan. The Brisbane City Council does. There's a very clear definition of what housing affordability is when it relates to people's income at a federal level, and a very clear definition of what it relates to in terms of purchase price at a state level. Now, we heard, it might have been last year in one of these debates, Councillor Allan say that affordable housing was something below what he thought at the time, he might have forgotten it now, below market price. So if, for instance, a house is selling for $1,120,000 in Brisbane, which is the median now, Councillor Allan, if it sells for $1 less than that, does the LNP believe that's affordable? Well, they believed that last year, but they might now realise, the council might now realise how stupid that was, that definition. So now he's just playing dumb and just says, apparently nobody knows what the definition is at all. So what we also seen an absence of, again, for the 8th time maybe, or the 9th time we've had this discussion, despite it being written in black and white before us today, any view from the LNP on supportive housing models.
Right.
None whatsoever. It's not clear yet whether the Lord Mayor has ever gone over to Common Ground in South Brisbane and seen the work they do. It's not clear that he's ever done that. Not clear that Councillor Allan has ever done that either. But that model provides for hundreds of people the only pathway into secure tenancy from homelessness.
That's right.
Now, what we have seen around the outer suburbs of Brisbane is every time the Lord Mayor sends in council workers and puts them in harm's way to clear out tents from Musgrave Park and other places and to chase people away, that we see people who are sleeping rough turning up in other suburbs and other parks, like we have seen in Curlew Park, in Shorncliffe recently, and I know councillors putting their hands up, they've seen this. Apparently, not one LNP councillor has seen any evidence of rough sleepers in their wards.
They don't want to see.
They're not leaving the office.
They don't want to see.
For those people who have no pathway to a private tenancy agreement, and there's hundreds of people out there who could benefit from a second common ground, what harm is there in advocating to the state government to put funding into that in Brisbane? Where is the harm in that? Why does the LNP continue to...
There's harm in not doing it.
Yeah, there's a massive harm in not doing it, but I don't understand why the LNP continue to ignore this. Just heartless, cold approach.
We'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Further speakers to Clause A. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item A, the amendment to the City Plan for Indooroopilly, Carindale and Nunda major centres. The Shrinner Council is committed to facilitating housing in the right locations, and this is a cornerstone of good city planning. As we continue to grow, we must do so sustainably, protecting the character and livability of our suburban neighbourhoods while ensuring we are creating homes and communities that our city needs for the future. The Indooroopilly Major Centre is already one of Brisbane's most significant hubs for transport, education, employment and retail activity. With a major rail station, a major bus interchange, a major shopping centre, and with schools and university access all within walkable distance. Indooroopilly is exactly the kind of place where well-designed, higher density housing makes sense. Recently, I met a young couple at Whitten Barracks for the local markets. They already live in Indooroopilly. They told me that they've spent months trying to secure a property in the area, but simply couldn't find one that's available and suited their needs. Quite simply, there isn't enough housing stock coming into the market. What struck me most about their story was that they've chosen Indooroopilly in the first instance, the place they want to live. They don't have a car. For them, Indooroopilly works because everything they need is within reach. The husband commutes by train, the wife takes the bus, and the children walk to Indooroopilly State School. They told me they love the lifestyle. Being able to walk to the local markets on the weekend where I met them, go to the movies at Indooroopilly Shopping Centre, and enjoy their favourite yum cha at Indro. It's this kind of neighbourhood where daily life can happen locally, where they work, school, transport, and recreate all within reach. But right now, they are struggling to find the place to live and to stay. Their story is a reminder that planning decisions are not abstract policy discussions. They affect real people who are simply looking for a home in well-connected communities, just like Indro. Ensuring we have enough housing supply in places close to jobs, schools and transport is essential if we want people like this and young families to continue to call our suburbs home. This proposed amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014 represents an important step in implementing Council's broader strategy to accommodate Brisbane's continued growth while protecting the lifestyle that we all enjoy. Major centres play a critical role in the structure of our city. These are locations where high-density development can occur in a way that is supported by existing infrastructure where residents can live, enjoy their jobs, education, retail and public transport. The amendment proposed targets adjustments to planning controls within the Indooroopilly Centre Neighbourhood Plan to support this outcome. These changes include increases to acceptable maximum building heights from 20 storeys to 25. The amendment also reduces the minimum site area required to achieve maximum heights 4,000 square metres to 2,000 square metres in some areas. This provides greater flexibility for redevelopment while still maintaining clear planning guidance. The intent is to support well-designed mixed-use development that integrates housing with employment and services, reinforcing the role of Indooroopilly as a vibrant and accessible centre. By focusing on development in well-connected centres like Indooroopilly, we can support housing supply while ensuring that Brisbane continues to grow in a sustainable and well-planned way. This is responsible planning. It is about balancing growth, and it positions Indooroopilly well into the future. And I commend item A to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the Brisbane City Plan amendments for Indooroopilly, Carindale and Nunda. I want to start by acknowledging, as I have consistently and as Greens policy has shown for a long time, that focusing increased density around major shopping centres is a good approach because of many things that have been said today. They're the exact locations where growth makes sense. They have established centres of activity with access to frequent public transport, trains, bus interchanges, hopefully, if not now, but in the future. They connect people to jobs, education, services, and they have the existing infrastructure, retail, community spaces and services that people rely on every day. And I talk about now. Planning for homes in this area makes sense, and this is something the Greens have been talking out for a very long time. Because alternative, which is what we're still seeing, however, elsewhere, is poorly planned, hyperdensity suburbs where residents now and in the future are left without adequate community infrastructure, schools that are already full, public transport that is overcrowded or infrequent, green space that is insufficient for quality of life, and neighbourhoods where people cannot walk safely or cycle safely because we haven't built the infrastructure. And I could talk about a lot of different suburbs, but as anyone would guess right now, I'm actually talking about the Kurilpa TLPI, which this council in 2023 said was the silver bullet to the housing crisis, and now, 2.5 years on, not a single dwelling has been built. And that's the problem, right? The LNP Council, the Liberal National Council, will constantly go on about supply, 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 supply. But what we see over and over again is that supply side economics and policy from Liberals is not enough. Right now we're seeing record levels of homelessness across our city. People sleeping rough, people sleeping in cars, people couch surfing, people completely locked out of the housing market. Through you, Chair, what I found interestingly from the welcome debate input through you, Chair, from Councillor Wolf was they didn't say it's because they can't afford rents and they can't buy a house. Didn't even say the words affordability, and this is actually the issue. And not just the issue is affordability, we're also, of course, if we're looking at all levels of government, we have to talk about social housing. We've seen the increase in homelessness play out not only in our city, but across the Great South East, where people continually get moved on. It's important to state very clearly today that in Moreton Bay, the forced removals of people experiencing homelessness was found to be a violation of human rights. And that should be a wake-up call, through you, Chair, to this Lord Mayor. Because this is the Lord Mayor that has no problem moving on rough sleepers. This is a Lord Mayor that has no problems with workers confiscating personal belongings and prescription medication. And this is a Lord Mayor that has an approach that vilifies people.
Item A, are we discussing? Can I just ask the question? No.
Thank you.
Precinct planning.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Massey, can you come back to the clause A, please?
Vilifies people experiencing homelessness, painting them as criminals, rather than recognising them as people in crisis. This is not leadership, this is not humane. We cannot plan for density increases without planning for dignity and the ambition that this council should have to ensure that in a wealthy city and a wealthy country that everyone has a home. There are multiple steps that we can do. Introduce a vacancy levy, introduce inclusionary zoning, through the amendment that was moved through you, Chair, by Councillor Cassidy. Have targets, supportive housing. There are so many things that we can do. But this LNP Council lacks the ambition to actually intervene. And all they say is, we're going to provide supply, but not give any actual parameters so that developers don't just land bank. A real housing strategy is one that delivers affordability, prevents homelessness, and ensures that every person in our city has safe access to a secure home.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the Schrinner Council's amendment to the city plan. And of course, we know this is in the context of both the growth that Brisbane is experiencing and also the housing crisis that we are going through. Now, managing the growth that we're having is about protecting our lifestyle and making sure that Brisbane keeps moving, of course. Our task is also to make sure that people can live affordably, access jobs and build communities where they grew up. Now, we want them to do that with the infrastructure that they need. Housing affordability is absolutely central to this, and it requires us to plan quite deliberately to bring new supply to market. The item before us today, particularly that relating to the Carindale Major Centre, is a very clear example of that responsibility in action. Carindale, as we know, is one of Brisbane's most significant suburban centres. It's a major employment hub, a well-established retail and services hub, and it's also an important node within the city's transport network along Old Cleveland Road. In cities like Brisbane, the evidence is clear. Where homes are built around high-quality public transport, productivity rises and congestion falls. Across cities in OECD nations, around 38% of workers already commute by public transport, walking or cycling. Brisbane has not yet met those targets. Almost double the rate of comparable non-capital cities because density and transport are aligned. So when you have density and you have transport, you get fantastic outcomes for growth. Now, the proposed amendments that we are discussing here today for Carindale are certainly not about unchecked growth. They are about directing growth to the right places in a way that strengthens the centre's role while protecting surrounding neighbourhoods and, importantly, the environmental asset of the Bulimba Creek corridor. Specifically, the amendments before us enable increased building heights to 30 storeys within the centre core and 10 within the centre fringe. This recognises the capacity of the Carindale shopping centre and the area surrounding it to support a greater intensity of development. At the same time, we will introduce clear height transitions and design requirements along the edge of the centre, particularly where the development interfaces with the residential areas and the Bulimba Creek corridor. The planning framework ensures that taller buildings are sensitively placed and designed, and that the public realm and streetscape are improved alongside the increased development potential, and that Carindale continues to function into the future as a vibrant mixed-use centre rather than a single-purpose shopping precinct. Importantly, these amendments also reinforce Carindale's role as a transport-connected centre with the proposed relocation of the busway or future metro station from Carindale Street to Old Cleveland Road, as notated in the plan. Requirements for non-residential uses at ground level and lower levels help to maintain activity, employment opportunities and safety, while improved pedestrian and cyclist connectivity, including better links through to Bulimba Creek at the south and to the east, will support more sustainable travel choices into the future. Of course, this amendment comes as a key focus today, but we also have other focuses, including Indooroopilly and Nunda, and other councillors will talk to those. But I was very interested to hear at the start of this debate, Madam Chair, what I would characterise as a mea culpa from Councillor Cassidy, who got up there and said, well, since 2023, we've supported all plans that have come through this place when it comes to housing. It's interesting that he chose 2023 as the cut-off point for where people should judge Labor and his team on where they have supported housing from. Because, of course, Councillor Cassidy wasn't just elected in 2023, he has a long and storied history of opposing housing in this place. Actually, I have a lovely document, Madam Chair. This is the document. I'll show, and I'll table this, Madam Chair, so all councillors can view it, but this is the 16 out of 19 neighbourhood plans that Labor have voted against in the last 20 years. Plans that have created hundreds of thousands of new dwellings in this city and provision for many, many more. And Councillor Cassidy would love Labor's history to start in 2023, but they've been opposing housing for a very long time. Since 2006, Madam Chair, they've been opposing housing. Look at this, approved by Milton Dick, who was the State Secretary at the time. 2006, they've been opposing housing, and they only just stopped
that 3 years ago, and now he wants us to give him some credit for not... Oh, I haven't been bad lately, Madam Chair. I've been a real good boy.
Point of order.
No.
Councillor, your time
Point of
has
order.
expired.
Point of order.
Councillor Murphy, your time has expired. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I seek nothing from Councillor Murphy. I don't want any credit from him whatsoever. I want that on the record.
It's not a point of order, but further speakers on Clause A. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, I'm going to speak in regards to Clause A in regards to this precinct plan, and I want to specifically look at the Indooroopilly part of that. It'll be really interesting to see what the community consultation turns up with this plan. Now, I lived and worked in that area for a number of years, actually, and I don't think the people of Indooroopilly will have changed all that much since then. They have great pride in their area. It's a lifestyle that they love. They love the shopping centre, and it's only grown and expanded over the years. They love the fact that they got the railway station. They got the river down there, and they got some beautiful old homes, pre-1911 homes, right? Some of the best in Brisbane. And what we are proposing to do to that is to build on top of it, basically. Now, 25-story towers, and that's what they are in a suburban area. I mean, in the city, 25 stories wouldn't get you very high, right? But out in the suburbs, right, 25 stories is considerable. It was 20, and now we're proposing to go to 25. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of feedback you get, and if it's any indication of what happened down at Wynnum on the feedback, right, I just hope that this council takes note of what the people of Indooroopilly say in regards to this proposal. Now, if we look from Feeney Road or Feeney Street down to the river, right, which is an area that we're proposing to be able to be used for these towers, that's among that, a lot of that pre-1911 homes. There's a lot of them down in there. There's also a lot of multi-story dwellings already there in that space and around the shopping centre as well, right? So, and then to sort of say, well, you know, you can build these 25-story towers on a half-acre block, right? There's going to be a lot of shadowing and other consequences that won't help the environment of the area, the traditional environment of the Indooroopilly area. The infrastructure, current infrastructure, we don't know what's going to be in the future, but the current infrastructure, if you look at the Walter Taylor Bridge, it is at capacity now during peak hour, and it has been that way for a number of years. We look at the railway station, unless you can walk to it, there's just very little parking. There's very little parking there. And I think we've debated the fact that the parking at the railway station isn't all that swish at the moment. And if we have all this other, if we have this type of development, it's going to increase the demand at the railway station. And as I say, unless you can walk there, you'll probably want to drive or get there by public transport. So some work has to be done in this area. Muggle Road, of course, it's got the big roundabout now, so it's moving traffic along pretty well. But again, it's moving it along, but there'll be an increase in traffic, obviously, down Muggle Road with the increase in density. So I just hope that there's quite a lot of submissions to come through with some suggested ideas to mitigate some of the issues that could arise with this higher density. I hope that this council actually takes notice of them and amends the plan if that's what the residents of Indooroopilly want, And I just hope that they get an outcome that is going to be better than the people of Wynnum are going to probably receive, because we took no notice of what they said. So, Councillor Wolf, it's a big challenge. We'll see what happens. And those town hall meetings, or those meetings with the constituents there, it'll be interesting as well to find out what their thoughts is as to what's proposed. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak about item A as well. Brisbane is growing and not a slow either. We're welcoming tens of thousands of new residents every year. People are choosing to live in our city because it's a fantastic place to live, work and raise a family. And it's not only us saying that, we're being recognised throughout the world for the incredible achievements that the Schrinner Council has achieved. But with the growth comes responsibility. I've heard a lot of comments from those opposite today. It's just one tower. It's not tall enough. What do they think one tower will do? But then in another breath, they approved 28 stories in my ward, and that's not okay. I can't understand what they're trying to achieve today, but I can guess one thing. They will be voting in favour with us today. As a mum of 4 kids, that's something I think about a lot. The responsibility of our ever-growing city. My daughters and baby Sam are still young, yes. But one day they'll grow up, and hopefully they will want to live in a community that I lead, the community I love. And I would love nothing more than for them to be able to buy their first apartment or home right here in Brisbane. But for those up there in the gallery joining us today, does that feel achievable for you? Do you feel like you can buy a house today? For many young Australians, that dream feels further away than ever. For teachers who can't afford to live in the suburb they teach, when police officers can't afford to live in the community they protect, and nurses have to move further and further away from where they work, something isn't working, and we recognise that, and we need to make changes. Madam Chair, a few weeks ago, my husband Todd and I were driving through West End on a date night. Todd looked out the window and asked me a simple question. Why is there so much low and medium density in West End? Wouldn't you think the Greens would want more apartments and high-rises so people could afford to live in this beautiful area? Well, Todd, you'd think so, but no. I had to say to him, they oppose every single development that comes before West End.
Absolutely true.
He said, I don't understand that. I thought they were all about affordable housing.
Yeah.
One moment, please.
You want to say it?
Atwood.
Misrepresentation.
No, she's not quoting your speech. She's quoting her husband's. It is not a misrep. Thank you, Councillor Massey. Councillor Massey. It's inappropriate, and I do caution you. Councillor Atwood.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, that is a question many Brisbane residents are asking as well. Because as local councillors, we have an incredible opportunity and responsibility to support our Brisbane residents. Now, I know not everyone will support 30 stories at Carindale. Like all upgrades I've consulted on, there will always be lovers, there will always be haters, and the majority who don't mind. So through you, Madam Chair, I would ask those opposite, have you ever come into this chamber with a proposal to increase housing supply in your own wards? Have you ever come to the Lord Mayor with a suggestion on where more homes could be delivered?
One moment, please,
Or do they simply come here week after week
Councillor Atwood,
claiming...
just one moment. We'll just wait till the chamber is quiet and then you can... Something for you to think about, councillors, not to call out across the chamber. Councillor Atwood.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yes, I did.
Point of order.
No, it is not.
You haven't even heard it.
It is not a point of order, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Atwood.
Point of order, Chair. Can I just get a ruling?
I haven't called you yet. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
I just want to get an understanding. I just did point of order beforehand, and you just said no. No. Is that how?
I was responding to Councillor Cassidy before he argued with that response. Do you have a point of order?
I do. We've delivered lots of options.
That's not a point of order either. Still, Councillor. Already cautioned you. Councillor Atwood.
Or do they simply come here every week trying to accuse the incredible Lord Mayor and this team, you heard me right, of trying to increase the housing density of Brisbane? Is that not okay? Brisbane, the reality is this council is planning for your future. Like the amendments and the one before us today is a part of that. And that's exactly what the Carindale Major Centre Amendment is about. Carindale is one of the Brisbane's key activity centres. It's a transport hub, an employment hub, and a place where people already come together for shopping, work and recreation. This amendment recognises that. It encourages more housing, mixed-use development in the centre, allowing more people to live close to jobs, services and public transport. It also ensures that building grows taller in appropriate locations where it can support the local residents, with thoughtful transition to surrounding residential areas and supporting important spaces like the Bulimba Creek corridor. In other words, we're not just building higher, we're building smarter. And importantly, we're building where it makes sense. By focusing growth in major centres like Carindale, we can protect the character of Brisbane's low-density suburbs while still delivering on homes our growing suburb needs. Now, I know these changes can feel big. A move from 10 stories to potentially 30 stories in some parts can feel very overwhelming. But if we're serious about housing affordability, we have to be honest with ourselves. We cannot solve Brisbane's housing challenge by doing nothing. We cannot keep expecting the next generation to travel further and further away from their families, their jobs and their communities just to find a home that they can afford. And we certainly can't say we want housing affordability at the same time oppose every opportunity to create new homes. And that's why I'm proud to be part of a council that is willing to think big and take action. And I encourage everyone to support.
Further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item A, clause A before us today, which is about, again, making sure that we are delivering the housing supply that is needed for our growing city. It is not our role here in Brisbane City to build houses like the public housing that we all agree we need more of. It is our role to ensure that we enable spaces where homes can be built, that we can stabilise the cost of new homes and then the market can drive the price down with the homes that come online. Now, I take Councillor Atwood's question about the strategies that those opposite have brought in, and I agree they have brought some strategies in about where the housing should go, not in their wards. That's what we usually hear. The NIMBYs on the other side. I think I heard Councillor Massey say she supports it around shopping centres, but of course that well and truly rules out anything within her ward, where I agree with you, Councillor Atwood, against every single development that we have seen in the South
Through
Brisbane,
the chair,
1.5 kilometres from the CBD.
Point of order, misrepresentation, because you forgot to mention public transport area.
No, Councillor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation.
No, Councillor. She's not quoting your speech prior to in this chamber. Councillor Adams.
Sorry, point of order. My speech just less than 10 minutes ago was about how there is good development in business areas and then talking about public transport and connectivity. Is this not what, through you, Chair, Councillor?
Okay, so what I heard, Councillor, was she actually acknowledged that. But I didn't hear her misrepresent what you said.
The misrepresentation is she missed out the rest of it.
Oh, Councillor, no, she's not there to quote your speech verbatim. It is not a misrepresentation when she doesn't add, all of what you said. So what she said was not misrepresenting what you said. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because I will mention
Point of order, Councillor Strunk.
Claim misrepresentation.
Nobody's referred to a speech that you've made previously.
I can't hear you. Can you speak up?
Can you listen? You have not. She has not quoted. Councillor Adams has not quoted you, Councillor Strunk.
Point of order.
Point of order.
She looked across the chamber
Councillor
and
Adams.
she
Councillor
said that
Adams.
we all on this side didn't support precincts in our wards.
Well, misrepresentations, as I've tried to educate you on every week, is when somebody gets up and incorrectly, you feel that they are misquoting something you said in this meeting. Councillor Adams.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Can I have a ruling then? Because from what I heard beforehand, Councillor Adams, through you, said Councillor Massey stated this, doesn't want development in their area. That's a misrepresentation of what I was saying. I've always said good development has public transport connected to it.
Which is what the councillor said. Anyway, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mentioned that Councillor Massey had supported these precincts as they were around shopping centres, but that did not count in her ward as well. And I'll mention the public transport. Again, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Massey claims that her ward does not have public transport, and it is the most public transport-rich ward in this city. Bar probably the Deputy Mayor, because there is a few train lines and that around Veranda as well. But you don't have ferries, Councillor Cunningham, as well. Oh, you do in East Brisbane. But my question about the 3 precincts we have here today, Madam Chair, is if not here, where? These precincts are absolutely the perfect place to look at the density that delivers for this city, tall, not sprawl, that makes sure that we do not go out, but we go up. And something that I can assure you, since 2004, Councillor Murphy, way back when the red team were voting no, 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 that this team has been very, very clear around the city shape, around our principal regional activity centres and along our major corridors. And that's exactly what these precincts are talking about today. We still have Councillor Johnson, through you, Madam Chair, lamenting the days of a neighbourhood plan in Sherwood that went all the way up to 5 storeys, goodness forbid. Maybe we need to go back and look there as well along the train line. But the 3 major suburban hubs today, we have got Indooroopilly Shopping Centre, walking distance of a train and a major retail precinct, Carindale Shopping Centre, the bus interchange and the shopping hub, again along the old Cleveland Road corridor, which hopefully, as we're hearing from Infrastructure Australia, is very important for the metro line down to Capalaba, and Nunda Village near the train station within the boundaries of the rail line as well. That's exactly what we're talking about. Planned, considered, strategic places to make sure we allow the delivery of homes for our future generations. I've got 2 young people in my house and many of their friends looking at property at the moment. And you know where they're looking? They're looking in apartments. They want more apartments. They want more apartments in these areas with high amenities. It doesn't need to be within 5 kilometres of the CBD, but in places with amenities like Carindale, Nunda and Indooroopilly, and particularly with the price of petrol at the moment, cars aren't that attractive. So the link to say that this is going to make traffic a drama with more homes. There are less people with cars than there ever was before, and it's decreasing, particularly with the next generation who don't want to pay for petrol and diesel, probably can't afford an EV, but are extremely happy, particularly in my ward, with the metro and the bus network. And I'm sure for those lucky areas that have trains at Indooroopilly and Nunda, the rail lines as well. We have got an enormous scale of efficiency in this city in that we have such a large area and we can think about where good development can go. Tall, not sprawl has always been the way that this team has worked, and these 3 village centres shows exactly that for the future of Brisbane. I commend it to the chambers.
Thank you. Further speakers? No further speakers. Right of reply, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank all councillors who participated in this discussion. I want to specifically refer to comments made by Councillor Massey and Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Massey, as she is wont to do, has repeatedly invoked and suggested policy solutions which have already been proven to be a failure in other cities. Policy solutions like mandatory exclusionary zoning, policy solutions which have failed in places like London and in other cities, which don't deliver more housing and in fact suppress housing supply. I've talked repeatedly in this chamber about the example of London, where the London Labor Mayor came in promising that 50% of all new homes would be affordable. He dismally failed. He reduced his target to 35%. He failed again. He's reduced his target now to 20%. And there's no evidence that he's having any success. His policy failed. This is the policy being invoked by both Labor and the Greens as a way out of this. Vacancy levies have also failed as well. You do not tax your way out of a housing crisis. A new tax won't bring down the cost of housing. It drives up the cost of housing. It's obvious for everyone to see. But the really telling part of Councillor Massey's comments were where she said, I think it's great to build high-rise around Carindale and Indooroopilly and Nunda, but not in Kurilpa. Not in the inner city, in probably the best located suburb anywhere outside of the CBD.
Moment, please.
This is a misrepresentation of what I said.
I note your misrepresentation, Councillor Massey. Lord Mayor.
And Councillor Massey said it's okay in Carindale and Indooroopilly, but just not in my ward. That's effectively what she said, and complained about the lack of facilities and infrastructure in a suburb that has more than any other suburb other than the CBD. And I go back to the point that was made by Councillor Adams and I made earlier. If you can't build it in Kurilpa, where can you build it? They have access to train lines, to metros, to city gliders. They have access to a whole range of walking and cycling infrastructure. They are within a stone's throw of the CBD, yet the Greens find a way to oppose new homes. And that says it all. It says it all. It is the definition of NIMBY. Not in my backyard. You can build homes anywhere else except where I am and where I represent. And that is disingenuous, and that is exactly the problem we see here with the opposition. They will find any excuse to oppose homes. And let's talk about Councillor Cassidy's contribution. Since 2023, apparently he's had a conversion on the road to Damascus, and he suddenly has decided that housing is a good thing. He has a record, a rap sheet of opposing 16 out of 19 neighbourhood plans during his time and during Labor's time.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I claim to be misrepresented.
I'm not sure that the Lord Mayor was actually quoting you, but I note your misrep. Thank you. I note your misrep, Councillor. Lord Mayor.
And so, as Councillor Murphy says, Councillor Cassidy wants us to thank him for doing the right thing since 2023. But we know that he doesn't really support any of this because, you know, the speeches that are made every week in here, do they sound supportive to you? Do they say anything supportive whatsoever? No, they just complain and they criticise and they undermine, which is their natural position when it comes to housing. But look, I don't want you to worry about Labor's record when it comes to voting in this place. Let's have a look at what they do when they're actually in government. They held the reins of state government for many, many years, probably a decade, and then a long time before then. They had really big, bold, ambitious targets for housing and affordable housing and social housing. They missed every single one of them. And in fact, under them, the situation got so much worse than it has ever been before. They failed to build social housing. They sold off social housing. They failed to meet housing targets. And it was obvious through everything they did, they weren't really supportive of new housing. And so at the federal government level, we've seen just in recent weeks, big targets. They're failing to meet their targets. And when they have prime government
order.
land in inner
A
city
moment,
locations,
please,
what do
Lord
they
Mayor.
do?
Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Yes, Madam Chairman. The Lord Mayor appears to be misrepresenting himself. He's been very supportive
Councillor,
of the federal government,
that is
and now
not
he's suddenly
a
being
point,
critical
not
of
a
them.
point of order. Lord Mayor.
When they have prime locations in capital cities across Australia, including here in Brisbane, Victoria Barracks, what's the federal government doing? Selling it off to the highest bidder, and their stated objective is not to provide social and affordable housing, but to maximise profit. So this is Labor's record in government, and they want you to believe that they actually care.
Lord Mayor, your
They don't.
time has expired. Councillor Massey, your misrepresentation.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm just going to quote what I said. Left without adequate community infrastructure, schools are already full, public transport is overcrowded or infrequent, green space that is insufficient for quality life, and neighbourhoods where people cannot walk safely or cycle. We've seen what happens, and this happens everywhere.
Councillor,
in this specific
This
moment,
isn't an
I am
opportunity
quoting,
for you to get up and do
this is
your
what I'm- this is
speech.
the misrepresent-
No, Councillor, just...
This happens everywhere.
Councillor, I've asked you to stop because it is when someone has misquoted you, it's not go into your whole speech again. Councillor Cassidy, your point of misrepresentation.
Thanks very much, Chair. I quite clearly said we have supported every precinct plan since 2023 because that's when precinct plans were introduced by this LNP administration. Councillor Murphy and the Lord Mayor are talking about a neighbourhood planning scheme that they scrapped.
Thank you,
I was
Councillor.
talking about precinct planning.
Okay. We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 26 in favour and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors will now move to item B. Lord Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Item B relates to the Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan. And this item is the decision today to refer the Wynnum Centre Precinct Plan to the State Government for approval, which then is the last step before adoption in the City Plan. This is fundamentally about rejuvenating one of our best bayside suburban destinations and giving even more people the opportunity to live and enjoy the fantastic Wynnum CBD and the Wynnum lifestyle. Close to things like the train station, the foreshore, Kitchener Park and places for retail and dining. It is a great area. Wynnum is a great suburb. The bayside areas are fantastic and everyone wants to live there. But as we heard with the Indooroopilly example, when Councillor Wolf was speaking, there's a limited supply available. And so this planning process, I just need to point out, was community driven. It came from the community to start with. It was not something that we initiated, it was something that people interested in revitalisation of the CBD initiated. And this has been in the discussions around Wynnum for as long as anyone can remember. The discussions, we're all aware of them, is Wynnum is great, but we think it can be better. And, we had many, many years of Labor holding Wynnum back. They wanted to keep it down. They wanted to hold it back. They wanted nothing to change. And there was a movement in the community of people that said, well, you know, we have better expectations for Wynnum. It can be even better than it is. Now, one of those people was actually the state member for Lytton, Joan Pease, who is a Labor member. And she actually wrote to us a few years ago urging us to revitalise Wynnum and bring on more housing supply. And I will quote from her letter. In the letter she stated, and I quote, she was supportive of seeing increased housing in the Wynnum CBD. She demanded that the opportunity for more planned housing options and economic growth was considered and sought advice on delivering an updated Wynnum Manly neighbourhood plan that responds to our current housing challenges. Wow. And so for anyone that suggests that this was developer driven, it was also driven by the Labor state member, demanding us to do this planning exercise because she believed that more housing was urgently needed in Wynnum and this would help revitalise the Wynnum CBD. Well, how have things changed? How have things changed? Because we know that when this process kicked off, unfortunately, the desire for the best outcome for Wynnum was cast aside by Labor, and they saw the opportunity for cheap political point scoring and an anti-housing agenda. And that's what we have seen, an organised Labor response to try and block new housing in Wynnum and to try and hold back the opportunity to create more homes to meet the demand in the Wynnum CBD. It is disappointing, but sadly not surprising. But having said that, we know that it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do. Because in the end, I can say, just as we saw in other precincts across Brisbane, this will make Wynnum even better. And it will give more people the opportunity to have a slice of the Wynnum lifestyle, and it will be something that will benefit so many people. And so, you know, we need to make the decision. Do we want to stop any change? Do we want to hold places like Wynnum back, or do we want to see it become even better than it is? Now, this process went on for some time and involved significant community consultation. Even before we had the draft precinct plan, we invited the community to provide their initial thoughts through a drop-in map and online survey, and we also held workshops with owners, property owners in the area. That helped inform the draft plan. We then released the draft plan for community consultation and the state interest review at the end of last year. And the formal consultation process was extensive. You can see in the documents that have been provided today that every single submission that was received has been documented, and there has been a response prepared to every one of them. Every single one of them have been documented. Our view on it, what they were asking for, what our response was, has been highlighted in great detail. And, you know, as I said earlier, there are elements of feedback that we don't necessarily agree with, but ultimately there's been ample opportunity for the community to be involved. There's also been, as part of this, a number of organised campaigns, including almost 100 submissions that were a proforma letter or proforma letters. Now that's okay, that's the right of anyone in a democracy, but we know that it's very easy to drum up submissions with proforma letters. We know it is, and Labor knows it is too, because they were very active in doing that. Having said that, the feedback received from the community was a valuable thing, and as a result we've made changes to the plan. Now the plan before us includes up to 5 stories in the outer part of the precinct on the street bordered by Barimba Street, Bay Terrace and Bride Street. Up to 12 stories on sites under 2,000 square metres and up to 15 stories on sites 2,000 square metres or greater within the inner part of the precinct. Also up to 10 stories in the street block bordered by Edith Street, Tingle Road and Clara Street. There's also a new overall outcome that requires new development fronting Florence Street to support the delivery of a continuous subtropical connection linking the Wynnum Central Railway Station to the Wynnum foreshore. So a connection through the CBD and down to the foreshore, which we know is a great destination, not only for local residents, but from people all over the city. We'll also continue to investigate the provision of a urban common, and that will be providing open space and public opportunities for revitalisation as part of a future LGIP plan as well. With the progression of this precinct plan to the state government, we look forward to securing their support so that we can adopt this plan, get more homes on the ground and make sure that even more people can live in this fantastic part of Brisbane. As I said before, Wynnum is a great place. And this plan will help make Wynnum even better than it is, and will also provide more homes at a critical time of need. It is a plan that we have adapted. It is a plan that is fit for the area that it is set up for. And as I said before, you know, we had 4 different locations being planned today through the council chamber. One of them had height limits up to 30 stories, one 25 stories, and then 2 that were much lower. Wynnum is not going 30 stories. Wynnum is not going 25 stories. The plan says 12 to 15, and that depends on certain requirements being met. So that, I think, is a reasonable outcome that will see more homes delivered, but also, you know, make sure that we don't have a situation where we're, I guess, degrading the situation in Wynnum. It will be a net benefit. It will be a positive thing for Wynnum, and I commend this proposal to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on item B, the amendments to the Wynnum Centre Renewal Plan. I start with a quote. If you're not happy with what this plan looks like, put your feedback in and tell us what you would be happy with. So Councillor Givney said, and supported by Councillor Allen, to a group of 300 local residents who had gathered to talk about this precinct plan. When people raised legitimate concerns, the response by the end of that community meeting from Councillor Givney and Councillor Allen became, if you don't like it, just put it in your submission and we'll get it sorted out. What was the result of all of that? So 429 submissions via public consultation plus 76, which the LNP say were not properly made. So over 500 people took the time to help shape their community, or so they thought, Lord Mayor. I spent a bit of time speaking to that community over the last few months on this issue at a mobile office with Councillor Collier, at that community meeting with over 300 people, and our team door-knocked hundreds of homes in and around the precinct area as well. And a lot of people gave a critical piece of feedback to us. They were worried they weren't going to be listened to. That was what they were worried about. But again, I distinctly remember that Councillor Alex Givney and Councillor Adam Allen declare before that crowd of 300 people that if you didn't want the 15 stories, just tell council in your submission that can be changed. That's what they said. If you wanted drainage addressed and flooding concerns addressed, put that in your submission and it can be included. And if you wanted, and there was a discussion about affordable housing, can you believe? If you wanted affordable housing and housing affordability built into this plan, just pop that in your submission as well, the LNP said. And well, what was the result of that consultation, Chair? The Wynnum CBD can go up to 15 stories. Building heights for the Wynnum CBD precinct plan are almost unchanged despite that immense community feedback. And we hear a guarantee from the Lord Mayor today that the plan says it's to 15 stories, it'll only be 15 stories, except for the fact that the neighbourhood plan says only 8 stories at the property on the corner of Bay Terrace opposite the Waterloo Bay Hotel, which is currently under construction for a 12-storey building. So how can people who entered this consultation process in good faith see that's what's currently going on under the LNP there, under the current plan, and then receive this snake oil salesman guarantee from Brisbane's Lord Mayor that he will stick to this new plan? Now, the Lord Mayor had clearly the Lord Mayor and the local councillor had clearly made the call that they were proceeding with what was proposed, almost in its entirety, regardless of what the community consultation said. And the Lord Mayor admitted that during question time today. Yes. He had clearly made his decision before the community was even consulted.
That's terrible.
Because he said people had their democratic right to have a say. They put a submission in, but he didn't agree with it because he already knew what his position was. And how do we know that? When you follow the paper trail backwards. When you understand that before the community had their opportunity to stick a pin in a map or even make their formal submission, that the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Board, who operates in secret, had determined this area would proceed as a suburban renewal precinct. And they announced that. They announced that on LinkedIn and other places. That identified this place well before it came to this council chamber. And then we find out that property owners and developers are given special closed-door sessions to be able to help design this plan. So for the Lord Mayor to get up today and say the only person who's responsible for the plan we see before us today is Joan Pease, the local state member, is laughable. Joan Pease might have written a letter. Did Joan Pease convene secret meetings of landowners and developers to help design a precinct plan like the LNP did?
The LNP did.
Don't think so. Don't think so. So when we think about the critical things that were put into the feedback, the community submissions, housing affordability was one of those, Chair.
Of course.
It was one of the top things that people wanted to see in this plan. So when, the people of Wynnum, like I did, listen to those very clear words that Councillor Givney and Councillor Allen said in public, and then you see what they did behind closed doors, you get a very real sense of what they're actually all about. These decisions before us today and these amendments are not based on the feedback of the community. They're certainly not made with the critical lens of how this precinct plan will make the lives of ordinary people better. The Lord Mayor won't give voice to the community. He just said there were a number of things that people put in their submission and council officers responded to them, tie a nice little bow on it, and he's done with it. But I will give voice to those people in this debate here now. The top issues in the feedback from public consultation from the 7th of October to the 23rd of November last year was that affordable housing should be included in this precinct. The response is from the LNP, apparently they're doing enough. They're doing enough. Business as usual is enough for the LNP. Apparently, also according to Councillor Howard, homelessness has been resolved in Brisbane because of a one-off donation to a charity. I'm sure that's very reassuring to the people of Brisbane. Now, regarding building heights, some have changed slightly, but by and large the increase to 15 storeys remains, which means with the performance-based planning scheme here in Brisbane and what we have already seen the LNP approve in the Wynnum Manly Neighbourhood Plan area, the LNP will probably greenlight 20 storeys. Concerns about the lack of community facilities, services and amenities has not been addressed in this updated plan at all. The two things that a government entity is expected to deliver: services and infrastructure. Infrastructure needs to be improved, particularly drainage. Hello, it's the Bayside. Yep. The community needs drainage upgrades and teams ready to clear out those blockages. More people means more water going into drainage systems that are clearly inadequate today, let alone when we see more development. A big concern here, not enough parking in the area. People drive because we see the LNP not delivering enough fast and frequent and reliable alternatives in plans like this. The Lord Mayor says there's a train station. A train station. Now, do we even need to mention the lack of active travel lanes, broken and missing incomplete footpaths? Of course, leads to lots of traffic concerns. Residents are rightly spooked by poor planning, leading to parked out streets and bins not being collected as well. There was a call for more green space and shade in the area. There's been a small inclusion of this. I guess credit, is given where credit's due on that. But there was an opportunity in here to improve on this LNP Council's abysmal effort on tree canopy, and hopefully we'll see some improvement there. Wouldn't hold my breath though. And there were many concerns raised by people about the lack of transparency and the lack of consultation. So Lord Mayor gets up in here today and says everybody had their say, and to an extent there was an opportunity for people to make a submission. But it is not democracy in action, Lord Mayor, through you, Chair, to say people have an opportunity to have a say, but they'll be ignored. That isn't democracy in action. You have a duty to represent the people who you were elected by. And ignoring them and saying to them, saying the quiet part out loud strangely today, and saying that there was a predetermined outcome in this precinct plan and it didn't matter what people said. They were going to get what the developers wanted. And there were concerns, finally, that this prioritises developers and visitors rather than residents who have made this place their home for generations and seek to have generations of their families make it their home at least. So if we cross-check those things that were in the consultation report that were ignored by this LNP regime, if we cross-check them with concerns that we heard directly from the community as well, whether we're out knocking on doors, whether at those community meetings, large public meetings, car parking provisions are not enough, there's a need for affordable housing, infrastructure is not prepared for higher density, particularly drainage. We see the plan to remove the arcade through Woolworths. Why? The LNP have questions to answer from the community there. No provisions for cyclist facilities. Good luck getting people out of their cars on that one. So the LNP want to limit car parking, limit alternatives to car parking, but somehow make the place better while it's parked out more. Yeah, very strange priorities from this LNP council.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension.
Seconded. Has been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So what we heard when we went out into that community were all the same things that people put in their formal submissions to council that the LNP, that Councillor Alex Givney and Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner ignored. So why? That's the big question. We've had lots of councillors posing 8 questions here and 6 questions there today during debate. But the big question here on the Wynnum Precinct Plan is, why did the Lord Mayor and Councillor Alex Givney determine that they were going to ignore community feedback from the get-go? That's the big question they need to answer today. The Lord Mayor hasn't come close to that. And this is clearly a community that is very strong. They're very connected. They care deeply about the place they live in, and they have a lot to say about the place they live in. Enough too. And very fair feedback that they gave. And more so than any other precinct plan we have seen come back to this place, the focus on infrastructure, because what we're dealing with in those submissions is the lived experience of those people who have lived there, whether it's for a year, whether it's for 50 years. They are in a community that is very distinct and very unique in Brisbane, and they understand what's happening on the ground. They told us all about it. I'm very sure they told Councillor Alex Givney about it. But I don't see any response from that councillor or the Lord Mayor to those people's concerns about investing in infrastructure to deal with increased density and to ensure that housing affordability and housing as a human right is put front and centre in this plan, unfortunately. So to that end, I'd like to move an amendment. I move that under Clause B, Attachment A, draft resolution under then Council, a fourth point 4 is added under point 3, which reads, ensures this precinct plan seeks long-term community benefits by including a comprehensive infrastructure plan, including improved drainage and greater parking provisions, affordable housing with definitive targets, and encourage the Queensland Government to provide supporting housing models in the precinct.
Seconded.
An amendment has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that under Clause B, Attachment A, draft resolution, under then Council, a fourth point is added under point 3, which reads, ensures this precinct plan seeks long-term community benefits by including a comprehensive infrastructure plan, including improved drainage and greater parking provisions, affordable housing with definitive targets, and encourages the Queensland Government to provide supportive housing models in the precinct. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Once again, it is the Brisbane Labor team that's bringing affordable housing to the agenda here today. And once again, it is the Brisbane Labor team that is listening to and speaking up for a community that is feeling ignored. Because unlike today's LNP team Schrinner, we are seeking to put people before profits. Hardworking people throughout this city, many of whom are on modest incomes, deserve an affordable place to call home, or just a place to call home, full stop, close to where they work and play. It's not just affordable housing. Here it's also about people's desire for an infrastructure plan that meets the needs of a growing Bayside community. Chair, it's very clear that this precinct plan is not without its critics, of course, but let's be clear, not everybody who put a submission in or who has a concern about this is a NIMBY like the Lord Mayor describes them as. Locals aren't stupid. They know the city's growing and the Bayside needs to house more people. They are seeing development happen around them, left, right and centre, down there at the moment. What the community is fighting for is a fair share of the infrastructure and services that Baysiders deserve and expect. It's what they pay their rates for, of course. Now, the big problem, Chair, is that locals aren't getting those services today, let alone in 8 years' time. The drains are backed up, the streets are parked out, they're stuck in traffic from another collision, the Pine Street Bridge, their bins aren't being collected. And then the only major project, let's get this clear, the only major project for the Wynnum area that the Lord Mayor's talking about is the foreshore upgrade. But what we know about that, if it proceeds, is that is funded by Labor. That will be funded by the federal Labor government. But with Baysiders paying more than ever in their rates, fees and charges, they're getting less than ever before from this council. So excuse them if they have some very valid reservations about this plan to deliver more density without a plan for the infrastructure and services that will protect the lifestyle that people love down in the Wynnum area. The Lord Mayor thinks that just because he has ruled it so, less people will drive to Wynnum and there'll be less congestion. If only it were that easy, Chair. In fact, after 20 years of decline under Brisbane's LNP Council, congestion is only getting worse. We're now the worst in the country, and the LNP's status quo strategy is not going to cut it. Locals, if they have to drive somewhere else in the city of Brisbane, they can't do it. They can't do it without a car. They can't get around in and out of the Wynnum Bayside area because there isn't frequent and reliable public transport that gets them to places other than in and out of the city. And they also don't trust that there's any plan to deliver active travel to encourage people to leave their car at home inside their own community and walk and cycle around that beautiful part of the world. The precinct plan received over 500 submissions. The LNP ruled that 70 of those were invalid using their own metrics. Nonetheless, 500 people put submissions in, and they are an accurate reflection of what locals want to see in the future of their suburb. Now, 3 things stood out. Affordable housing, of course. Young people who love their community want to live there. They're not going to be able to move into a $3 million unit, and no matter how much Councillor Adams says kids these days just want to live in units. If their going price is $3 million, they're not going to get there. This should not be an unreasonable ask for Brisbane City Council in a modern Brisbane to fight for housing affordability. Parked out streets, there's not enough car parking. There's a lot to attract visitors to the Bayside, of course, fair enough, but locals live there too, and they want to get around in their community, and Council has not delivered other options for public and active transport. So, of course, this was going to be a sore point. And drainage, it's a massive one. It's unreal that the Bayside, a coastal community, must suffer with an old drainage network in an era when natural disasters are becoming more frequent with higher intensities. Why is this not talked about? Why does the LNP not talk about this? The impact that people, this is the real life impact on people. Now, we were worried this process had a predetermined outcome from the start, and that has clearly come true today. Yeah. We thought we'd have to tease it out, but the Lord Mayor actually just said it up front, and I guess we appreciate that level of candour, that today he has admitted that he had a predetermined outcome here. But there is no guarantee any new housing is going to be delivered, no guarantee any of it will be affordable for working people, but there is one sure thing out of this. There is a guarantee that landowners, once this passes, will receive a massive increase in the value of their land. It's just true. If you had a block that was zoned for 8 stories before, and all of a sudden after today it's zoned for 15 stories, those are we're going to see massive increases there, but the people are going to miss out.
Councillor, your time has expired. Are there further speakers? Councillor
Thank you, Madam
Allen.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this amendment motion, and Councillor Cassidy spoke quite at length there about the amendment, but once again, notwithstanding the amendment included an affordable housing component, he didn't answer any of the 7 questions that I posed earlier when he had the opportunity. So I'll read those questions again so that he understands. So, in terms of affordable housing, what is Labor's definition of affordable? Is it 10%, 20% or 30% below market value?
1 moment please, Councillor Allen. Can you just touch a microphone? Thank you. Councillor Collier. Councillor Cassidy was listened to for 5 minutes in his speech without any interruption or comments. You know the expected behaviour in this chamber, and I've already cautioned you several times in this meeting. Councillor Allen.
Question 2. Are Labor's housing affordability targets aspirational or mandatory on every development? How would Labor's targets work? For example, would they allow even greater density or height in developments in exchange for a percentage of so-called affordable dwellings? Would Labor reject plans for new homes in Brisbane if they don't meet their affordability target? Who can buy these affordable homes? Are there certain professions? If so, which professions? People on certain incomes? If so, what incomes? Where would the affordability target apply? Just in suburban renewal precinct areas, or would it be expanded across Brisbane? How would Labor plan to keep these homes affordable? What is stopping someone buying one of these so-called affordable homes on one day and selling it next at market prices for a tidy profit? These questions still need to be answered, Madam Chair, and I move that the motion now be put.
Seconded.
It has been... Councillor Strunk, stop calling out. It's moved by Councillor Allen that the motion now be put, and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So, Councillor Allen had half an hour, 45 minutes or something to go and Google what the definition of affordable housing is, and he still didn't manage that. He still couldn't manage that today. And we've been talking about this for the last 12 months in moving these amendments as well.
Almost like he doesn't care.
It's almost, yeah, well, it's one of 2 things, I guess, if you think about it. Councillor Allen either doesn't care about housing affordability in Brisbane, or he's terribly, maybe 3 things, terribly lazy, or he is really against it. Who's really against it? Either one of those 3, it's pretty bad for the future of Brisbane when you think about that's the response the LNP can muster up to this debate. Now, I'm also pretty shocked that Councillor Allen has gagged Councillor Givney from speaking on an amendment to the Wynnum Precinct Plan which talks about developing a comprehensive infrastructure plan to go alongside development. That's pretty shocking to think that improving community facilities, access to public and active transport, more parking provisions, things like that, which were all raised by Councillor Givney's constituents, the LNP have gagged their local councillor from speaking. I'm sure she will have an opportunity to speak on the substantive item before us today before the LNP vote this amendment down. But again, so we have Councillor Allen get up and sort of display his confusion about affordable housing, but still refuse to talk about the provision of infrastructure to go alongside development and supportive housing. Again, it's like they think that homelessness no longer... I think they really do believe that. I think they really believe what Councillor Howard said a couple of weeks ago, that the LNP actually think the issue of homelessness has been solved in Brisbane because of a one-off donation to a charity of $500,000. They must actually believe that if they won't even engage in a debate about calling on the Queensland State Government to investigate how to support people transitioning from homelessness right around Brisbane to tenancy. It's very strange, but maybe they genuinely believe that. There are a whole range of ways, if Councillor Allen popped his thinking hat on, that housing affordability targets could be achieved. He could. Now, the Lord Mayor went down to Canberra. He put a little video up of walking into Parliament House. He didn't put a little video up walking out looking sad, so he didn't have time to visit Pallara. We don't know what he got out of that visit. But what we do know is that currently on the table is a huge amount of funding for affordable housing projects, particularly to leverage institutional investors to invest in long-term build-to-rent projects that are locked in as affordable housing rental projects with funding allocations from the federal government to community housing providers supported by institutional investors like super funds. I'm sure you know that. You'd have to know that, surely. That's just one option, right? Other options are to partner with a community housing provider that... Wouldn't it be great if council owned a community housing provider?
Oh, wouldn't that be amazing?
Oh, wait. We do. Oh, wait, we do. Brisbane Housing Corporation.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's absolutely incredible that Councillor Allen has the gall to stand up and say, one, he fuddled around and said he didn't understand the meaning of housing affordability. Two, he has no idea how affordable housing projects can be delivered in Brisbane.
Yeah.
And three, thinks that there is no homelessness crisis in Brisbane.
He should step aside.
I don't think he is displaying.
Not up for the job.
I don't think he's displaying competence in his role anymore.
No.
Even if this is all an act and he's been rolled out to do this, it's a very bad look. Not just for him. He's a smart guy, but it's a very bad look for him to be doing this and to doing the dirty work of the Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order,
Claim to be misrepresented.
Allen. I note your claim.
He's doing the work of the Lord Mayor.
I think he is a very smart guy.
Yeah.
I think he's a very smart guy, but if he wants to dispute that, that's entirely up to him. This is a very clear, simple amendment. As local councillors, we should be fighting for our communities. I am shocked that we're not getting that from Councillor Givney for her community.
Councillor Allen, your point of misrepresentation.
Madam Chair, Councillor Cassidy indicated that I didn't understand the challenges of providing affordable housing in the city. And I do.
Councillor Collier. Councillor Collier, as you continue to fail to comply with the request to stop calling out while other councillors are on their feet speaking, and you've not remedied that unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(8) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Councillors, we will now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, resume your seats. We'll now resume the substantive debate to item B. Further speakers, Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak today on item B, the amendment to the city plan. Wynnum has always been a place people care deeply about. Our Bayside community boasts character, history, and we have a strong sense of identity. And when people hear about change, it's natural that some feel concerned about what it might mean for the place that they love. I want to acknowledge that up front, the feedback that we received during the consultation reflected a range of views. Some residents supported the proposal, others supported it in part, and some opposed it altogether. In total, Council received more than 400 submissions during this consultation process. That level of engagement tells me something very important. People care about Wynnum, and they want to see its future handled thoughtfully. The proposal before us today is part of Council's broader suburban renewal program, which is focused on revitalising strategically located centres and unlocking opportunities for housing and local economic activity. For Wynnum, the goal is simple: to support a vibrant mixed-use centre that reflects our Bayside character, while allowing more people to live close to Wynnum Central train station, shops and services. It's important to be clear about what this plan does and does not do. In 1977, Wynnum saw the Flinders Building, a 6-storey building constructed on Bay Terrace. Almost 50 years later, we are proposing that that same site be zoned for 8 storeys. In 2009, the city plan was updated to allow for buildings of 5 to 8 storeys in this precinct, and yet in 16 years since, Wynnum has not seen hundreds of new buildings appear. In reality, only about a dozen developments have been completed in that time. It's an important reminder that planning provisions do not mean immediate or uncontrolled development. They simply provide the framework for gradual, appropriate growth in places where it makes sense, close to public transport, shops and services. Following consultation, the proposed heights were reviewed, and what we see today is a result of the community feedback which I relayed to our planning team, and it has resulted in some changes of heights. In particular, a decrease of the height at the northern end of Bay Terrace. The block between Clara and Edith Streets was decreased, and keeping Bay Terrace to 12 storeys on the western side. In key parts of the CBD, sites under 2,000 square metres will be proposed to allow up to 12 storeys, while larger sites may allow for up to 15 storeys. And it's worth noting that at this time there are only approximately 8 land holdings that are over 2,000 square metres. Importantly, this proposal is more than just building heights. It includes a proposed green corridor linking Wynnum Central Station to the foreshore along Florence Street, with canopy trees and a more comfortable walking environment. Council will also investigate the provision of an urban common to enhance the public realm. These are the kinds of changes that will make Wynnum Central more livable for everyone. I also want to acknowledge the concerns that have been raised around infrastructure, parking, open space and services. These concerns are all legitimate. As a community grows, planning must ensure that supporting infrastructure grows with it. Council has a responsibility for that, and the future work through the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, the LGIP, and closely working with major stakeholders like Queensland Rail, Urban Utilities, Energex, will ensure we address all these needs. There is one part of the conversation which we must also be honest about. Wynnum's local businesses are already feeling the pressure of limited population in the CBD. One shop owner recently said something that stayed with me. She said that in the past 3 years, Wynnum has lost 8 significant retail businesses. Businesses that once drew people from across Brisbane to shop, have lunch and spend time in the area. This shop owner made a simple observation. Without enough people nearby, it becomes harder and harder for these businesses to survive. Her message was clear. If we want a vibrant community, we have to let it grow. Growth does not mean losing Wynnum. Does not mean losing what makes Wynnum special. Done properly, it means supporting local jobs, sustaining local businesses, and giving more people the opportunity to live close to the Bayside that we value. For these reasons, I support the Wynnum Central Suburban Precinct Plan and the opportunity that it presents for a strong and sustainable future for Wynnum. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And through you, Chair, Councillor Givney, I get you are under a lot of electoral pressure. Your community has been speaking loudly and making their views known. And so I guess it is quite curious to hear your remarks today, Councillor Givney, through you, Chair, because on one hand you say, it's all going to be fine, it's very gentle, it might result in a couple of extra things here and there. And then on the other hand, say this is going to revolutionise everything to business owners, going to bring all these people in, everything is going to be amazing. It's going to help the shopkeepers and pro-business, whatever. So which one is it? Which one is it, Councillor Givney, through you, Chair? All we are asking is that this LNP Council be honest with people. Yeah. Be honest with the process. Be honest with if you've predetermined an outcome, which clearly the Lord Mayor has said today, this was all done away with last year. Yeah, months ago. This was determined months and months and months ago by this LNP Council. And the whole consultation process clearly was just for show, for retail politics, because there is an LNP councillor sitting in Wynnum Manly Ward who is under huge pressure from her community. Because at the last election, this was not part of the plan sold to that community.
Oh, strange, that.
This was not mentioned one time. So the LNP have been caught out yet again, being dishonest to communities about what their plans are being cooked up by developers in communities with no plan from this LNP-led council to deliver the infrastructure to address this growth. Yep. There is no plan for that infrastructure. There is no plan for affordable housing. You know, we are having conversations.
They don't have a definition.
Yeah, they don't even know what the definition of affordable housing is in the LNP. Councillor Allen gets up and makes the same speech every single time. What is it? I don't know. This is so concerning for the people of Brisbane. This is your job, Councillor Allen, through you, Chair. This is your job, to stand in this place and fight for residents and people of Brisbane so that they actually have somewhere to live, somewhere to call home, a community that is well serviced by infrastructure. Yeah. But the LNP won't deliver it. They can't deliver it. I feel like we've seen it all from this LNP council. They're always claiming we're going to make these suburbs an even better place to live, but they don't have any money to do it because they've prioritised All the flashy, expensive things, the trips overseas, the fancy green bridges, the bendy bus. That's the LNP's priority, not actually delivering the drainage that Bayside suburbs need, suburbs right across Brisbane need, not delivering extra suburban bus services. So many things, footpaths, potholes, these are the basic things that communities want to see a council deliver, and they're just not getting that from the LNP. So we're here today to talk about Wynnum, and all that we are seeing, all of the LNP's grand plan for Wynnum is all predetermined by property developers. This plan will not deliver one single affordable home for the people of Wynnum Manly. It will not do it. And this is not by some fate of circumstance. This is because the LNP have made it so. They make a choice every single time not to pursue this, not to be proactive, not to deliver infrastructure to match with it as well. Because we know, we go out and speak to people every single day. We knock on those doors and people tell us they want to see different. They want to see things change, and it can be that way if this LNP council and its Brisbane LNP Lord Mayor made the choice to do things better. But he doesn't. He doesn't. Every single one of these precinct plans, how many? 8? 8 so far.
Councillor
Not one
Colley, I'll have to
affordable
stop
home.
you there because under the provisions of section 3513 of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate
Point of
of
order, Madam
committee
Chair.
reports, I shall now put the motions to them. I'm not finished, councillor, just wait. For the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. Point of order, councillor
Yes,
Johnston.
Madam Chairman, I move that we extend the meeting time allowed for motion debate for an additional hour to ensure we fully debate the E&C matters.
Seconded.
It has been moved by councillor Johnston and seconded by councillor Massey that we move the debate to be extended for an extra hour. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by councillor Cassidy, seconded by councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors will now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Division called by Deputy Mayor and seconded by councillor Dixon. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 2 against and 6 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors will now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 8 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Public Transport Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Infrastructure Committee. Point of order. Infrastructure Committee report. Councillor Cassidy.
Can I just ask D to be taken seriatim for voting, please?
Yes.
Yeah. Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I'd also ask that item B and item C are taken separately for voting as well.
Both separately from each other. So we'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No. Division. Oh, division. Yeah.
Hang on. The ayes have it.
They called a division.
Thank you. A division called by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Chongwa, after I call out that the ayes have it, guys. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 3 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 25 in favour and 1 against.
That is carried. Councillors will now put item D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee,
Point of order,
Committee
Chair.
report. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Do we please take the voting?
Yes, Councillor Massey.
Yep. C in seriatim?
Yes. Councillor Adams, Allen, are you? Thank you. We'll now put item A and B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No.
Division.
The ayes have it. A division has been called by Councillor Chongwa.
Division.
Seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 2 against and 6 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, point of order. I just request item C is taken for voting. Seriatim for voting. Yep.
Okay. We'll put A, B, D, E and F to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Customer Services Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Community and the Arts Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. And Finance and City Governance Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Wines.
Madam Chair, I have a petition here from residents of Enoggera concerned about some traffic signage in the Enoggera area.
Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thanks, Chair. I have petition and request that Council reduce the speed limit on Coopers Camp Road to 50 kilometres per hour.
Councillor Dixon, can I have a motion for the receipt of the petitions, please?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We'll now move to general business. Are there any items of general business? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to end this meeting on a lovely note of gratitude. Over the weekend, we celebrated the first birthday of the Menippi Creek Wildlife Corridor, led by the incredible Michael Ryan. For the past year, his dedicated group have met month after month, planting shrubs and trees that butterflies, koalas, sugar gliders, and so many other native species rely on and love. But what makes this group truly special isn't just the environmental impact it's having, but the community it is creating. They bring people together, they build friendships, and they create connections. And in true community spirit, Michael even held a Christmas party at his house to thank all of the volunteers, because that's what it's really about, people caring for their place and each other. Across our city, Council's Conservation Partnership Program is bringing together more than 10,000 volunteers and partners, working across over 1,000 sites and restoring more than 3,600 hectares of natural area. Within that, the Creek Catchment Program supports over 3,000 volunteers, restoring 250 hectares of bushland and waterways across 85 locations. And through Habitat Brisbane, around 5,500 volunteers across 151 groups are restoring more than 565 hectares of vital habitat. And all of this has just been achieved in this current financial year. But when you step back and look at those numbers, it's really incredible. When you see it on the ground and when you meet the people behind it, it's something special. But back at Menippi on Sunday's celebration, and it was a perfect reflection of just that. Around 60 residents came together walking down from the surrounding streets to plant, to learn, and to get their hands dirty and to connect. There was bushcraft with clay, learning about native plants, and of course, a very, very cute wildlife show from Gecko's Wildlife, keeping everyone entertained. And I think cuddling the wombat at the end was the absolute highlight. It was one of those mornings that just reminded you of how lucky we are to live where we live. And as a local federal member mentioned on her way out, she said, "This morning was truly wholesome, thank you." So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you to all of our bush care groups across our city. Thank you to Michael Ryan for nominating this site and starting a local bush care group there. Thank you to B4C for your incredible support, not only of this bush care group, but dozens across your creek catchment area and supporting the event on Sunday. And thank you to our local, state and federal members, Di and Renee, for being there and supporting this important work. Your residents were extremely grateful for your presence. Sunday was something truly worth celebrating, and thank you.
Further speaker, Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the E&C Committee Clause B regarding proposed amendments to the City Plan relating to Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct because it was guillotined. I'll start with the obvious. It's all major upzoning. Most of the Wynnum Centre Precinct will increase to 15 storeys. To be clear, upzoning can be positive. Dense, affordable neighbourhoods around major public transport nodes with tree canopy, parks and green space are much more sustainable than clearing forests for suburban sprawl. People living in apartments trade away yards to be closer to common spaces like council libraries, parks and pools. But the trees, affordability, parks, community facilities and infrastructure need to be there. These plans, like any new parks or green space, Brisbane's dense neighbourhoods already lack adequate park space per household. This administration is expecting these precincts to house thousands more people, but it can't even set aside a pocket park. Developments in these locations will require just 10% deep planting. Precinct plan amendments can improve deep planning requirements like the 15-20% required in Maruku's Magic Mile precinct. But it's not happening here. Through performance outcomes, developers get away with even less than 10%. 11 days ago, this administration approved a 27-storey tower in Milton with no deep planting at all. This is a cruel joke. This city is getting covered in more concrete, which traps heat. It scorches you during the day and keeps neighbourhoods hot at night, risking heat stroke, hospitalisation and even death. The science is extremely clear. More concrete traps heat in our cities through the urban heat island effect. Trees cool our cities through transpiration, and tree canopy interrupts part of the urban heat island process. We need more deep planting to be resilient to heat waves and climate change. This LNP administration lack of action has facilitated the cutting down of Brisbane's canopy by developers. Brisbane can't sustain this kind of development being voted on or has been voted on today. Wynnum residents who are present in the gallery today wearing yellow have raised major concerns about services, infrastructure, community facilities and tree canopy. In the Wynnum precinct, trains only run half-hourly during the day and bus services are abysmal. This whole precinct contains just one green space, Wynnum Central Park. The Wynnum Centre precinct plan will create a concrete jungle. Upzoning like this also holds property owners, shopping centres and developers millions in property value for nothing. This council doesn't capture any of the value for the public. In Wynnum Centre precinct, they are largely 2 or 3 storey tall. Developers can already build 12 or 8-storey towers in these precincts, but instead they'll make money for nothing by holding onto these sites empty and lobbying this administration to increase the height limit. They profit once the council passes these amendments. Why won't this administration push vacant and land bank property onto the market through a vacancy levy? And rather than hoping that some new dwellings will be affordable, why not mandate inclusionary zoning for social housing? Wynnum residents are not being heard and they were denied transparency. Residents requested the council economic feasibility study behind this plan and they were refused. Over 500 people poured time into submissions for the Wynnum Central Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan. They proposed sustainable ways to reshape the precinct to put people first in this process. It's awful that this administration barely listens, but gives me hope that residents put forward a vision of something better. Councillor Givney, through the chair, has been quoted saying in the Redland Bayside News on the 26th of September 2025, local voices will shape how we grow, ensuring the plan echoes the values and aspiration of Wynnum residents. Well, I'll leave it there. We know what the LNP think about.
Further speaker, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak on 3 items: a sari draping workshop, the Workshed Inner West and Dojo & Co Kids Market. First, I'd like to reflect on a very special event that was held last week celebrating International Women's Day. It was a sari draping workshop hosted in partnership with the Consulate General of India in Brisbane. It was an absolute privilege to host the event alongside the Consulate General of India, which is in Brisbane here, which is Neetu Bagotia. And what a joy it was to learn from the beautiful Charmaine Thomas, who led the fabulous sari draping session. For all those attending, it was the first opportunity to experience the elegance and tradition of the sari, one of the world's oldest forms of clothing, with origins stretching back thousands of years across the Indian subcontinent. What fascinated everyone was learning how a single length of fabric can be folded and draped with such purpose, and each region and culture having its own distinct style. The evening was celebrated not only with the tradition of sari draping, but guests enjoyed delicious Indian food, shared stories, and we even had a touch of Bollywood spirit, enjoying a joyful dance all together. It was wonderful to be joined by a number of my fellow councillors, including the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Landers, Councillor Hutton, Councillor Givney and Councillor Davis. We all embraced the spirit of the evening, and thanks for joining, ladies. Events like this remind us how fortunate we are to live in a culturally rich and diverse city. Second, I'd like to acknowledge the incredible work being done by the Workshed Inner West. Over the past 12 months, this group has been working tirelessly to establish its governance, build a committee and lay the foundations for a new women's shed in the Inner West. Congratulations must go to Linda, the President, and the entire committee for working so hard on their vision and bringing this into reality. The project is now moving into its fundraising phase, which is an exciting opportunity for them. I'd like to thank Linda, Karina and Delma, who all were present at Indooroopilly Shopping Centre over the weekend, where they hosted a pop-up event to connect with community and to help build founding membership base. The Workshed will provide a place for women to connect, learn new skills and support one another, something that is certainly valued in our community. Finally, I want to celebrate the energy and creativity of our youngest entrepreneurs that were at the Dojo & Co Kids Market last Sunday, which was hosted at the Sunrise Markets at Whitton Barracks. This was a wonderful initiative which gave children the opportunity to learn about business, creativity and confidence by running their own little stalls. The range of ideas on display was truly impressive. We had Freya's Sparkle Lab, we had Amira's Mini Market, the Bicker Bros selling dehydrated fruit, Lisa's Art Studio and even stalls producing 3D printed fidget spinners. There were homemade lemonade, there was homemade Indian treats, Harry's flavoured marshmallows, Shiz and Bros Snacks and Smile Shop, and homemade items such as crocheted scrunchies, earrings and bracelets. All in all, an incredible day, and some of the entrepreneurs were as young as 5 and 6 years old. What stood out to me was their confidence, their enthusiasm and their creativity, and it absolutely filled my heart with joy. Events like this give children the opportunity to learn skills that will stay with them for life: entrepreneurship, resilience, creativity and community connection. And judging by the crowds, it was excitement for everyone on the day. Deputy Chair, it is another great week in the Walter Taylor Ward. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I speak on 2 items tonight. The retirement of Micah Projects founder and CEO Karen Walsh and the continued service of Councillor Charles Strunk. The retirement of Micah Projects founder and CEO Karen Walsh is the...
Councillors, Councillor Cassidy has the floor. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Karen Walsh's retirement is the end of an era. Last week, Micah Projects founder and CEO Karen Walsh announced her retirement, and she leaves behind an incredible legacy for our city. Over the past 30 years, she has built and led an organisation with a steadfast resolve for economic and social justice, despite a global tide of neoliberal thinking that captured the minds of policymakers on how to best provide housing and services to the most vulnerable in our community. She has earned the respect from internal staff, the Fourth Estate, colleagues across the industry and external stakeholders, from community members, all the way up to political leaders, of course. Her efforts have certainly pushed the dial to draw public attention to what works and what doesn't work, and what needs to be done to get on top of the housing and homelessness crisis we face. We would be wise to continue to consider her experience if we're serious about tackling the housing and homelessness crisis here in Brisbane. Karen has won many accolades and acknowledgements, of course, but for her it's never been about the awards. It's been about helping people who are facing adversity, to smash through barriers built by systems that entrench disadvantage. Right now in Brisbane we have a housing policy written by and for property developers, while the vulnerable in our community, even those working full-time on modest incomes, are regarded as an afterthought. However, Karen's work has always placed people at the centre of Micah's mission. Whether people are suffering from housing stress, domestic and family violence, or living with a disability, Karen always worked tirelessly to deliver outcomes while always treating people with the respect and dignity they deserve. The Brisbane Labor team thanks Karen for her work, her insights, her time and for all she has done for Brisbane. It is expected she will continue to advocate for social justice in retirement, and we know this is not the last we will hear from Karen Walsh. I'd also like to just speak a bit about Councillor Charles Strunk, who in 2 days' time will be celebrating his 10th year as a councillor in the Brisbane City Council. And so will Councillor Allen, of course, but other people will say nice things about you. I actually have plenty of nice things I could say about you. Maybe I will do that as well. So we're marking 10 years of dedicated service to the people of the Forest Lake Ward and Brisbane from Councillor Charles Strunk. I suspect becoming a councillor in the Brisbane City Council was an unexpected part of Charles' journey. Looking forward as a young man growing up in Ohio, the decision to migrate to Australia in the 1970s would have been, I imagine, quite a daunting thing. But we are very lucky that you settled here in Brisbane and made this great city your home. I first met Charles when we were both candidates announced by Labor in 2015. I became a councillor a little bit before. We came from different parts of the city. We hadn't really crossed paths in the party, but I was immediately struck by his kindness, thoughtfulness and humanity. He was interested in everything from a pothole in a local street to the vagaries of international politics, and he still is, and we discuss both of those things still. I realised quite quickly that Charles' story of migration and settlement in the Inala area generally was a very typical one for that area, coming from different parts of the world and joining as one community, being grounded in that community, meant Charles has always been one of the great councillors in this place. I always try and assess how true a Labor person is to the core values of our party, and often use Chifley as my test. As he said in 1949, we have a great objective, the light on the hill, which we aim to reach by working for the betterment of mankind. Not only here, but anywhere we may give a helping hand. If it were not for that, the Labor movement would not be worth fighting for. So I think Charles is Labor through and through, someone who approaches decisions with that key metric. How will this decision make the lives of working people better? Charles has been the very definition of a great Labor councillor, someone who thinks always of his community, fights hard for them, shows up when it matters, and someone who challenges all of us to be better as well in our jobs. Over these last 10 years, we've been through a lot, and I couldn't think of a better bloke to be in the trenches of politics with than Charles. So congrats on this milestone. Your community is lucky to have you, and we look forward to many more years of service in the Forest Lake Ward.
Further speaker, Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak a little bit more about the Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan because I ran out of time, but I also wanted to talk about the best M suburb in Brizzy as well. So I had a couple more little things that I wanted to add to my speech earlier regarding the plan, and I just thought it was worth having it on the record for everybody to hear. This plan will also create opportunities for a broader mix of housing, including apartments suitable for downsizers, which I know there are a lot in our ward, young people trying to enter the market, and potentially additional social housing, given that the Department of Housing already owns several significant sites in this precinct. Cities evolve, communities change, but good planning ensures that change happens thoughtfully. My role as a local councillor is to find a balance between protecting the character and amenity that people value today, while planning responsibly for the needs of the next generation. Increasing supply of housing is key, and that is exactly what this precinct plan seeks to do. Finally, I just wanted to very quickly say I'm very sorry through you, Deputy Chair, to Councillor Collier that Manly did win the best M suburb in Brisbane, but we had a very fun debate on Saturday morning on the radio, and this morning I got to have a little bit of time at Manly Boathouse with the ABC to have the announcement that Manly is the best M suburb in Brisbane, and anyone who would like to come down and enjoy the beautiful, and it was beautiful this morning, the tide was up and the sun was out and the coffees were coming, and it was a lovely morning to be in Manly, but everybody is welcome to come and enjoy the Manly lifestyle, so congratulations to Manly on being the best M suburb in Brisbane.
Further speaker, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on three topics. 1, the Kurilpa Library. 2, Development and the LGIP. And 3, Gava Ward and Development. It would be remiss of me to not take this opportunity to pitch for the Kurilpa Library, through you, Chair, after the speech earlier today by Councillor Hutton, stating that all libraries are important, stating that they're the heart of our communities, stating that they're important for seniors, kids, and for every resident in them. And it would be a failure of me to not remind everyone in this chamber and anyone watching the situation at the Kurilpa Library, which is a beloved local library. And what's important to note about the Kurilpa Library is the fact that it is heritage listed. It is one of the oldest, if not the oldest library in Brisbane. It is used by everyone. It has a huge diversity of multiple language books, recognising the diversity of the West End community, and the kids love it. The kids use it. One of my favourite events, and I'm sure through you, Chair, lots of people in this chamber, are the Little Big Stars, and it is an incredible event for that. But the Little Big Stars can't be in the library to do their reading or to even have the ceremony because they can't fit. Not only that, the room that is available upstairs is dangerous, and so people cannot walk up them. Where the toilets are placed are upstairs, which again is dangerous, and so there are no toilets that anyone that uses the Kurilpa Library to use. And this is not a new issue. This is a very, very well-known issue. So I'd just like to place that if libraries are the hearts of our community and they're important and the Shrinner Council supports them, we'll support the Kurilpa Library, noting that there is $4.6 million in the LGIP for a library annex and a community centre, and this is much needed. Noting that Kurilpa Hall next door is a council facility and council owned. There are opportunities here, and I hope that I can work with this administration to show residents of West End that when they say libraries are the heart of communities, they also mean West End. Moving on, straight to the LGIP. I just want to put some things on the record. As I stated just then, there is the library annex and the community hall on the LGIP. Other things that have occurred with development and infrastructure planning, when the LNP Brisbane City Council uplifted Montague Road in 2011, they talked about a ferry terminal. The second ferry terminal, this was 2011. It is now 2026, not built. We've had parks, initially in 2011, 6 designated parks to be delivered as a part of development increases in West End and Kurilpa. There is actually only one site left now. The rest got sold to developers, and that's the Visi site, and the state government is going to sell it, and this LNP council supports that sale. There is stormwater upgrades that have been delayed. The Montague Road project, which has been delayed, and of course the long-awaited Riverwalk for Kangaroo Point and Mulberry has been announced by council, even though it's in the LGIP, that it's not going to happen. So through you, Chair, I'm not sure, Councillor Givney, if quoting that it's in the LGIP means anything's actually going to be delivered. Lastly, development and West End. Everyone knows, my residents know, that I support development unless it is breaching the neighbourhood plan and the city plan. The prime example is 33 Vulture Street, which is a 16-storey DA that was submitted overlooking a packed school that is 8 stories over, that will leave residents on that street completely in shadow day in and day night. It is obnoxious that this Lord Mayor, who will kick homeless people out, pretends to want them to be in homes, and to attack people that are fighting for the communities, because the city plan should be binding, and it's not, it's developer first.
Further speaker, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have 2 items of general business today, Marie Harvey and Neo Duo Flow. Today, I rise to speak with both sadness and deep respect as we acknowledge the passing of Marie Harvey. Marie was a person whose impact on our local Morningside community will be felt for many years to come. Marie was the pioneer of our area, serving as the Bulimba Childcare Treasurer in the late 70s and through the late 80s, years that proved pivotal for this community childcare. Bulimba Childcare Centre is now known as Toogoolawah Early Education, and it was originally established in 1942 to support the local area during their contributions to the war effort in World War II. In 1945, a Chinese migrant camp was established on Apollo Road, where workers were part of the USA Barge Assembly Depot. One day, when passing the childcare centre, some men from the migrant camp noticed a sign which read, "We Wing." They inquired about the sign and asked what the centre was about, and the reply came from the staff, "We mind babies." The founder, Mrs. O'Connell, explained that the care was free and funds were almost non-existent. A few months later, those same guys returned with £437 that they'd raised through their gambling nights, and so the original "We Wing" sign is still proudly displayed at Toogoolawah today. In 1978, the Bulimba Kindergarten Committee felt the childcare service was not supported by the community and it was a drain on finances. However, it quickly became clear that many locals wanted the service to stay. So at a public meeting to consider closing the service, about 60 to 70 people turned up in opposition. Marie was instrumental in changing the trajectory of that meeting, helping establish a childcare subcommittee to support and promote the service. Marie knew how important it was for families and mums to have a break from the pressures of family life. She designed a questionnaire, distributed it and collated the results. Armed with overwhelming community support, Marie organised countless meetings with the Childcare Committee, local, state and federal MPs, the department and the C&K executive. Along with many dedicated others, Marie helped secure federal funding for a new childcare building, staff salaries and maintenance. It was a shaky start, with 2 days a week, then becoming 3, then 4 and finally 5, thanks to the dedication of Marie and the team she helped lead. After 7 years, new committee members took over when the centre reopened in 1990, but Marie continued supporting the centre for many years, including helping with the bookwork. Our community is stronger, kinder and more connected because of Marie's work, and her legacy lives on in the tens of thousands of children, including my own, who have benefited from her determination not only to keep the centre open, but to build it into what it is today. So on behalf of our community, I extend our heartfelt condolences to Marie's family, her husband Warwick and her daughters Shannon and Stacey, to her friends and her former colleagues. We share in your grief and we will always honour the extraordinary contribution that Marie made to our community. Secondly, I want to recognise someone pretty incredible in our area. Frankie is a NICU nurse who has taken her care for the tiniest patients and turned it into real innovation. Anyone who's spent time around a neonate unit knows that NICU nurses are special. They care for babies who weigh less than a bag of sugar. They support families through some of the most challenging moments of their lives, and they do it all with extraordinary skill and compassion. Frankie is one of those nurses who does all of this and then more. She looked at the challenges clinicians face in the NICU and asked a simple but powerful question: how could we do this better? And that question became Neo Duo Flow. It's an initiative born from frontline experience designed to improve care for premature and critically ill newborns. And that's what I think is so powerful about this story. The best ideas in healthcare don't always come from boardrooms or policy documents. They often come from the people who are right there on the front line, the ones who see issues day in, day out, and refuse to accept that things can't be improved. Frankie saw an opportunity to make things better for these babies, for their families, and for the clinicians caring for them. And now it's up to all of us to make it a reality. Our community is so lucky to have people like Frankie. Compassionate, determined and fiercely committed to giving the smallest patients the best possible start in life. I met Frankie because she was collecting a community drive for fabric to put in those tiny babies' little cots, and now she's leading this initiative too. So Frankie, I want to say thank you for the work that you and your colleagues do every single day, and for you turning your care into something that has the power to change lives.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Yep, Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for dinner for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Edmund, that council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Enjoy the dinner.
Further speakers in general business? Are there any further speakers for general business? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise this evening to say a few words about St. Pat's Day. Madam Chairman, when people think about the Irish, a few things usually come to mind. Good music, great storytelling, the occasional stubborn streak. Guinness, yes, Guinness. Thank you, Councillor Adams. Yes, I'll take that interjection. Yes, Guinness does come to mind. And perhaps the ability to turn a normal conversation into a 20-minute story. But today, St. Patrick's Day, I'd like to remind the Chamber of the contribution the Irish have made to Brisbane. The Irish have been a part of Brisbane's story almost from the beginning. In fact, when Moreton Bay Penal Colony was established in 1824, a surprising number of convicts that were sent there were Irish. Some were transported for serious crimes, and some were transported for crimes like stealing a loaf of bread, which sounds more like the beginning of a bad breakfast rather than the action of a career criminal. But once those early Irish settlers arrived, they helped shape Brisbane in important ways. Many worked as labourers, builders and farmers. They helped clear the land, build roads and construct some of our early infrastructure that the colony needed to grow. The Brisbane of today might be known for its river views, modern skyline. However, a lot of the foundations were laid by people with an Irish accent. The Irish also had a huge influence on Brisbane's culture and community life. One of the biggest contributions came through the Catholic Church and education. Irish priests and nuns helped establish many of the city's early schools and hospitals. Groups like the Sisters of Mercy and the Christian Brothers played a major role in educating generations of students. And if you've ever had a strict teacher who could silence a room with just one look, there's a decent chance the teaching tradition came straight from an Irish educator. The Irish had a very strong influence on politics as well. Many Irish immigrants and their descendants became active in public life, helping shape Queensland's government and workers' rights movements. The Irish were often strong supporters of fairness, workers' protections and community, which may or may not have had something to do with their long history of arguing passionately about everything, from politics to those whose turn it was to make a cup of tea. We can't talk about Irish influence without mentioning today, St. Patrick's Day. On the weekend, we saw Brisbane turn emerald green. We had a parade, lots of music, dancing, and just about everyone claiming their Irish heritage from a tiny bit of Irish, either on their grandmother's side or their grandfather's side. For me, it was my great-grandfather's side. Saturday was one of those days where everyone was happy to join the Irish spirit. There was a lot of green, four-leaf clovers, laughter, music, and pub-goers attempting Irish dances after a Guinness or two, Councillor Adams. Brisbane's Irish culture is rich and diverse. For those who want to be a little more Irish, our Irish community organisations can help you learn Irish music, play Gaelic sports and even speak the language. These organisations continue to share and keep those traditions alive in the city today. And if you've ever been to a pub where someone starts telling a story that is slightly exaggerated and somehow just gets funnier every 5 minutes, congratulations, you have been exposed to a classic piece of Irish culture. Irish crack aside, their contribution to Brisbane is really about community. Irish migrants brought with them a strong sense of resilience, faith and connection to family and neighbours. They help build schools, churches and hospitals, communities that support people through the good times and the bad times. Today, many British residents proudly trace their heritage back to Ireland. Their ancestors helped transform what was once
Councillor
a colony
Toomey,
outpost.
your time has expired. Sorry.
Oh, that's a shame. It
Further
was just
speakers,
getting better.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on one critical matter tonight, which is that I think the LNP hate fun. It's a very important matter because what they've done in the last month is shut down 7 playgrounds across my ward. I'm going to start. Unbelievable, yes. I've got a full timeline here today. Unfortunately, the Lord Mayor is yet again absent tonight. It's 7:11 and he's still not here. Where is he? Clocked off for the day. We invited him to Pollara. He doesn't want to come down. He went on the news
Councillor.
and then he's all of a sudden in Canberra with the suitcase, but he still refuses to come to our local area. Yeah. But if only he knew, because he had no idea about what was going on in Pollara this morning when his own council had shut down a lane in peak hour traffic, causing kids to go late to school. However, I will start with the 6th of February. So first we have Tristania Closed Park. This closure was on the 6th of Feb due to detection of structural timber rot in a number of play elements. This is playground number 1. Playground number 2, also on the 6th of February, and only within hours apart of notification of this email, Presidential Park Stretton, partially closed on 6th of February, closed due to corrosion found in a swing beam. One more. Can anyone guess what date the next one was sent? 6th of February. Wow. 3 playgrounds in one day. They shut down. Hamish Street Playground, partially closed due to a cracked timber bearer under the play deck. It's wrapped in what we all know very well, the yellow caution tape. In fact, this was the same kind of wrapping that was found at Lorikeet Playground in Algester when I was running as a candidate, and there was still COVID signage to keep the distance in a playground a few hundred metres away from Councillor Angela Owen's office at the time, and she had done nothing about it. The next day, a few days later, we come back and the playground's disappeared. It's gone. Not even a replacement. Unbelievable, just shocking. We are feeling the hundreds of millions of dollars of cuts that this council has done over the last 2 years alone, and those consequences are trickling through our area. Next one, does anyone want to guess what date the next one is?
It must be getting close.
It's getting closer. A week after, it's all in chronological timeline till today, Councillor. Within 1 month, today? Actually. Well, it's 20th of February, Timberland Park, Algester, a partial closure due to detection of structural timber failure in a number of timber components. Bracket decay. This is what they just send me an email saying, Councillor, this playground is now closed. So here's the next one.
No plans.
Next one, 5 days later, Lakewood Avenue Park, partial closure, 25th of February. The carousel unit, yet again, the red tape we all know and love. It's taped up and all they say is, this park is now closed. Next one, Callambelle District Park, 4th of March, partially closed due to wear and tear on fixings, a cracked weld on track ride trolley, and non-compliant height on the pommel assembly on the Flying Fox. The LNP hate fun. They hate fun. Why are they stopping the kids on the Flying Fox? It's unbelievable. The Lord Mayor goes to LA and he can't even get kids to play on a Flying Fox. Basic bread and butter that this LNP council needs to serve. Now the final one, bread and butter. Now the final one, can anyone guess when this last playground was notified?
Today.
Correct. Today. 4:55 p.m. today. Dunvegan Street Park Playground, Heathwood. Today, partially closed due to the 5-way swing. The five-way swing has a hole in the rubber soft door within the fall zone. Red tape, yet again, that we all know and despise. The hard working ratepayers of Calamvale. Well, just last evening, Pollara was on Channel 7 because of the horrendous traffic on a council road. And this is the same area where the LNP have received over $100,000 of property developer donations. The population has gone from 500 to 7,800 plus within less than a decade. It's unbelievable the rate in which we are growing. In fact, we have always been supportive of making sure there is more housing, making sure there's more affordable housing. But in Pollara, there is no road, there is no footpath, there is no structure to accommodate that. In fact, yes, and right after the Lord Mayor goes on TV, the next day his own council then shuts down a lane on the major road that was on TV. They shut down that lane, and then parents are there sitting at a temporary red traffic light. They have to wait for the next lot of traffic to go through in peak hour traffic. Their kids are late to school. They're trying to get to swimming. This is simply unacceptable. The LNP hate fun. The LNP hates supporting the kids in our community. These 7 playgrounds within 1 month should be investigated, and I am going to table all these pictures here today so that the LNP can have a look when he comes back from his trip to the LA.
Further speakers, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And all I heard then, it was well done to the council officers keeping our parks safe. But I must say it is very, very nice to be joined by those on the other side for the first time in many weeks after 7 o'clock. Throwing stones, Councillor Kim, for the Lord Mayor when you can't be bothered to come back for the last 3 weeks.
One moment, Councillor Adams, if you can just wait. Everybody sat quietly and gave you the respect they should, Councillor Kim. And all of you are calling out and talking while Councillor Adams is on her feet. Very disrespectful. Councillor Adams.
As I said, Madam Chair, it's a pleasure to have them back after 7 o'clock because it didn't seem to be bothered for the last couple of weeks. And as I mentioned, be careful about those stones that are throwing, Councillor Kim, about absent after dinner. However, I stand to speak tonight about a fantastic addition to the local area, which is not in my ward, but very close to my ward, which is South's Rugby Union Football Club. It is just outside of my ward. However, the residents of Tarragindi and many in Holland Park West absolutely bleed black and white when it comes to rugby. They're lucky to have me, even though I'm the patron of East. It hurts a little bit, but I have to say this is a club that has produced more Wallabies captains and Wallabies players than any other club, I think, in Australia, I think they said on Saturday night. It's been a little bit tired in the last few years, and they haven't done quite as well in the last few years, but they did a fantastic job of getting the money from the state government and from council to do a magnificent upgrade to their clubhouse, which I know has been on the cards for many, many years. I first reconnected with Souths when my son started playing at East. As I said, even though we are Tigers for life, there's many a game over at Souths, right through from East. And of course, with my son going to Laurie's, that is where the majority of the boys do end up playing after school as well. I have to say congratulations to the entire team and the work that they did on this clubhouse. Chris Hourigan, as the development manager and director of the committee that put this together, put in tireless hours. I know that from the contacts and when he needed some help along the way. And Sean McNiven, who is also my fantastic plumber, can I say, very important, but also was project manager there on the day-to-day every morning in the last few months, just checking for the first couple of hours before work that everything was on track as well. But to all of the club sponsors and members who went out of their way with their specialties to help in this club, from James from Dualox, Dan and Jack from Dan Madden Electrical, the list goes on, but they're two that I know that are good friends and put in many hours there. The clubhouse looks absolutely amazing. And it's exactly what we want to see from our community clubs, where the upgrades lead to economic sustainability, a facility that they can now use to hire out to those who want to have events, whether it's an 18, a 21st or anything to do with business. They've got the big screen, they've got the space, and they are looking at doing the kitchen up so that they can be open regularly on Thursday, Friday and Saturday nights as a community club for the local area. And in that, I would like to thank Councillor Howard and the Better Suburbs Grant for the money that they will be receiving to just do that last little bit, which is the canteen. So the season hasn't started proper. There is a trial match this weekend, which is their first, but hopefully before the season starts proper, they'll have the canteen up and running with the money from Brisbane City Council. I would like to wish them the best in the coming years in their new facilities, but still a Tiger for life. Well done, South Rugby Union, for the upgrade. It is absolutely spectacular, and I look forward to beating you many, many years to come when East are over there playing. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on a number of issues, and I hope I have time. But firstly, pedestrian safety in Annerley, South Rugby, Councillor Allen and the Wynnum Neighbourhood Plan. The first thing I'm going to put on the record is that Annerley residents, I know that the LNP administration and particularly our Lord Mayor are letting you down. I feel that the issue I'm about to raise now needs to be on the public record. So, in August 2023, my office reported a damaged section of footpath on Equity Street, Annerley. That's 2.5 years ago. That is damage to bitumen, which had been replaced a decade earlier but never properly fixed with a concrete footpath. On the 30th of July 2024, 9 months later, Council advised my office in writing that the footpath would be repaired by the 31st of August 2024. That's 1.5 years ago. The footpath was supposed to be fixed. It was never done. Now, 2.5 years later, the temporary and damaged bitumen that was put in place a decade ago to replace the previously damaged concrete footpath remains unfixed. I followed up with the head of Council's Infrastructure Division 3 weeks ago about why Council did not do what it said it would do 2 years ago. He has not replied. I don't understand how the Lord Mayor can possibly justify more overseas trips when he cannot fix a footpath 2.5 years after a request is made, 1.5 years after Council said in writing it would be done. That is not uncommon in my ward. He is already dealing with the fact that 3 years ago Council promised to put a light in a toilet in Dunlop Park at Oxley, but never did it. Never did it. So this is how Council treats community clubs in my ward and community spaces in my ward. Now, it was lovely to see Councillor Adams at the South Rugby Union event on the weekend. I am surprised that she's talking about a club that's not in her own ward, but I don't know why that might be the case. But what I will note is, for example, today, and I hope all clubs in my ward are listening, there is $1 million in capital funding in today's budget going to fix the toilets at the Toombul Cricket Club. I presume that is in Councillor Allen's ward. $1 million. South, as with every other club in my ward, have to do it the hard way. They've had to apply 2 separate years for grant funding under the Better Suburbs grant, where they eked out $200,000 for the women's change rooms and $157,000 for the kitchen upgrade. There's no capital funding for them. So Councillor Adams is standing up and saying, great, yes, that club has worked its guts out to get funding that LNP councillors get like that in a capital allocation in the budget. That's how it works in my ward. So, Councillor Adams, maybe you should concentrate on your own area a little bit more rather than...
Thank you, Councillor Marx. Do not call out while another councillor... We just had that conversation. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I know. Not warned, not cautioned. It's fine. Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen knows nothing. I liked his Sergeant Schultz routine today. Firstly, he doesn't know what affordable housing is. He also doesn't know that you can condition requirements that developers have to uphold. And guess who enforces them? Council enforces them. You've just got to ask your colleague, Councillor Hutton, if somebody conditions affordable housing in a part of a development, like they did at Annerley, I fought hard for those to be upheld. And you can do it, because if the developer breaches the conditions that are approved under the DA, council can take actions. It's a novel idea that maybe the planning chair understands what happens when it comes to planning in this city. So I don't agree with Councillor Cassidy, who earlier said that Councillor Adam Allen was smart, because, geez, he's not, as far as I can see. So, finally, the Wynnum neighbourhood plan. I probably only have 30 seconds. I just want to say I feel very sorry for the people of Wynnum. They have a very new and naive councillor who thinks everything will be rosy. I feel very sorry for them. In my area, where there are height limits of 9 stories, a 26-storey building has been built. Yes. The infrastructure plan for years has called on more infrastructure, and it is never built by this LNP. The idea that this will be good for Wynnum
Councillor
is
Johnston, your
absolutely
time
ridiculous.
has expired. Are there further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I've been inspired by Councillor Toomey, and so I would like to speak on St Patrick's Day Parade, St Patrick's Eve dinner and St Patrick's Day, and maybe anything more that I can think about St Patrick as we go through. I'll start with the St Patrick's Day Parade, and I was absolutely delighted to represent the Lord Mayor for the St Patrick's Day Parade. It did not rain on our parade this year, which was just amazing, and we had the Premier. Now, the Premier's wife is Irish, and so he had no choice but to be at the St Patrick's Day Parade, the St Patrick's Eve dinner, and I have no idea what she's making him do today, but he tried to drink the Guinness down to the G, and I'm not quite sure what I'm talking about here. But given that we've all just had dinner together, and thank you everyone for having dinner with us all, because it was just so lovely, and we made Councillor Toomey try to drink to the G, but he failed. So Councillor, through you, Madam Chair, I would like you to call them all to order. So through you, Madam Chair, next year, Councillor Toomey, you have to do some practice through the year, and we will be expecting you to sort of do us proud that year. At the St Patrick's Day Parade, we also had the Ambassador Fiona Flood, and she is an absolute darling, and I know through you, Madam Chair, that you met with her, and I also know that Councillor Davis had an Irish person attend a meeting with her. They were over the moon that we would send an Irish lassie send an Irish girl to talk to them. However, they did say they may steal her, so through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Davis, you need to take good care of that council officer. Look, it was a fantastic parade, and then, of course, on Monday evening it was St Patrick's Eve dinner. Now, I know that through you, Madam Chair, that Councillor Murphy has addressed the St Patrick's Eve dinner in the past, and he knows what a tough audience they are, and it was only because of his name, Murphy, that he was able to survive that one, but they still remember him, because I had a few people ask. We had the wonderful Loretta Ryan, who was the guest speaker. She had been given so much advice from the blokes that she was really thinking, I'm not sure how this is going to go. She did a most amazing job, talked about her heritage with the Ryans and with the Conways, and had so many people coming up to her to say just how fantastic that was, and she really did a great job of it. And I think that's one of the things that we love about the Irish, is that they are so welcoming. They embrace her. They've made her one of her own, and I know that this morning she was able to talk to our very own Rose of Tralee Siobhan, who was in the Boston Parade, and I think probably roundabout now is marching in the New York Parade of St Patrick. The St Patrick's Day Parade is very big in the States, and we were delighted to send Siobhan off with some badges from Brisbane, and she's very proud to represent not only Brisbane but Queensland, and her mother was a Rose of Tralee family as well. So she was doing us absolutely proudly, and I know that Loretta had a wonderful conversation with her this morning, and that Siobhan was so excited to represent Queensland at those parades. Now we come to St Patrick's Day, and I look around. Councillor Kim, you did very, very well. Councillor Collier, who's not here at the moment, but did manage to get just a stripe of green in her outfit, so she passes, but the rest of you are all in lots of trouble. Oh, Councillor Griffiths, sorry. Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Griffiths does have a touch of green. What about you? Oh. However, Councillor, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Chongwao, you have failed dreadfully. Oh, a little bit of green. Now, Councillor Massey, show us your green. Ah, okay, all right. Well, can you get to the G though? Ah. Okay, I'm running out of time. So I just want to finish by saying to all of my colleagues who wore green today, we had our beautiful photograph taken. To everybody in the chamber, happy St Patrick's Day.
I'm not even going to try to follow that one anyway. Anyways.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
I just, thank you, Chair. Yeah. Listen, a couple of weeks ago, we were introduced with the new honorary council for the Sri Lankan, for Sri Lanka, I should say, at a meet and greet at the Jindalee Bowls Club. Councillor Hutton was there, and Margie Nightingale, the member for Inala, and Jess Pugh, of course, from Mount Nominee. They were there to say hello to Nayland Pereira, who has taken over the position as honorary council in the last couple of weeks, and it looks like he's going to make a pretty good fist of it, actually. He's a very genuine, warm-hearted fella. And honorary councils, of course, they don't get paid anything. They do it for free, right? And Anton Swan was the previous one who had done it for 33 plus years, because there was a gap between he retiring and Nayland taking up the position of about 2.5 years. So he really did about 35 plus a bit. And in that time, he gave us a little bit of an understanding of what he went through and what his responsibilities were over those last 35 years. And by the time he got done, I'm just wondering if the new council had any idea what's involved or what could be involved, especially if you go through COVID and a few other challenges. So it was really good to meet him, and then he fronted up to his first festival or big event at the Lighthouse in my ward last Saturday, the Pereira, which is a festival that has been going in the area in my ward for about 34 years, sponsored by the Sri Lankan Temple and School in Constantine Street. And they've been there for about 36 years, actually, but they've undertaken this particular festival, and they're a great community-minded cultural group. Of course, they're Sri Lankans, and the diaspora in my ward is quite a fair size, actually, as I've found out over the years. And of course, Sri Lankan Day, of course, at Rocks River, which they have been doing for a number of years as well. So they're a very committed group to their former country and the culture that they brought with them to this country, and make sure that the kids through the school on a Saturday learn the mother tongue, of course, as well as to learn to read and write, and of course the history of Sri Lanka. And they've been doing that for about 30 odd years as well. So I just wanted to pay tribute to Anton Swan, the former honorary council, and just welcome the new honorary council. A couple of other things I want to say in regards to a comment that actually Councillor Adams made in regards to vehicles, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you will. You said that the decrease in vehicle numbers, right? And you weren't specific about where. I'll give you that. But the decrease in vehicle numbers means that there's not as many people driving or using vehicles, especially in these new precincts potentially, and you didn't mention anything about parking or anything like that, but I think you were indicating that there's just less movements, and so there won't be the congestion with these new precincts. But if you have a look at the figures, and you just have to Google it, it's been going up. The amount of registered vehicles in Australia has been going up every year, year after year after year after year, and it's got to the point where we have more vehicles now than people that actually live in Australia. So between the year 2022 and 2023, it went up another 1.5 million. So we don't know what the figures are current, for 24, 25, but I'm sure that they are continuing to go up, right? So we need more parking. we need more carports. We just need places to actually put cars because people are not giving their cars up. Right, and I think it's every time we do allow a developer to cut back on the vehicles that are needed or not necessarily needed. There's a lot more needed that are required for that particular build. I think we're doing certainly people here in Brisbane a disfavor, right? Because they're not giving up their vehicles for any reason, for many reasons, I suppose. Anyways. In regards to my 10th year anniversary, thank you very much.
Councillor, your time
Councillor,
has expired.
Cassidy for
Further
saying all those lovely
speakers.
things.
Further speakers? Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chairman. I move that the motion that is currently on the table regarding
Councillor, can you put your microphone on? You can say that again. There's a
Madam Chair,
microphone.
I move that the motion that is currently on the table regarding the Annerley footpath improvements at the corner of Annerley Road and Noble Street is taken off the table for debate.
Seconded.
Councillor, you've already done it once today, so just let me clarify something. Sorry, Councillor Johnston, but that is an improper raised point of order because you've already done that. Raised that today, so it's like raising another again.
I'm sorry. Procedural motions can be moved at any time. So if you believe there is a rule that says this can't happen, could you point me to the rule that you are referring to?
Sure.
Thank you.
(53)(6). Once a point of order is properly disposed of, a further point of order may be raised, provided it is not the same or a repetition of a point of order already disposed of earlier in the meeting, an improperly raised point of order. Are there any further speakers? Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I move that the motion currently laying on the table from the 10th of March come off the table.
Seconded.
It's not by the same person, Councillor, it's the same point of order, so it's not coming off the table this meeting. Are there any further speakers for general business? Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak on 4 topics. So St Pat's Day, I'd like to also speak about how council's operating at the moment, and finally about the Wynnum local or neighbourhood plan that went through today. First thing is, it was interesting to hear Councillor Toomey and Councillor Howard talk about St Pat's Day today, and I certainly think it's really important that we acknowledge the strong contribution that the Irish have made to our great city and to our society. I agree with their take on the fact that the Irish have contributed greatly in terms of the Catholic faith in relation to schools and churches and aged care and to our hospital system, none of which we would have had without the Irish actually establishing that as a free sort of charity almost. So that's really important to our city. For me, it's really important in terms of the background of my family. My grandmother was Irish and was just a cleaner for the city, and my and her father was a rigger on the Story Bridge. So they were very important roles to do in terms of building our city and taking it forward. Secondly, I'd just like to speak about how we're going in terms of delivery for the city. Last week, Councillor Murphy, I raised the issue of a pothole on a road, and I know previously you've talked about it being 24 hours to get done. Well, it's 6 days, and it's still not done. So I went back yesterday and thought, I'll check this out. It'll all be done. I'll give Councillor Murphy 6 days. Not done, Councillor Murphy. So I'll just table that picture. Also in the picture, you'll see a falling down fence over the creek there that's sort of been no action for years. Red tape, but nothing's happened. Similar to you, Councillor Kim, similar to you. I'd also like to talk about footpath construction or non-construction. I, for 2 years, have not been able to get action on footpaths. We now have a process where it goes for consideration for feasibility, and you pay money for that. And then it goes to a fee proposal, you pay money for that. Then it goes to a concept design, you pay money for that. And then finally get built. So in the last 2 years, I've only had one footpath built. Last 2 years, one footpath built. So all I can say is it's shocking. It is shocking what's going on here. And I find it embarrassing when a lady in a wheelchair turns up this week asking about where's her footpath. And I find a kid who's in a wheelchair is saying to me, when am I going to get my footpath? And there's no footpath because there's no action, because no one's interested. Thirdly, I'd like to put on record and I've got so many of these issues where this woman died. She actually died waiting for us to clean out stormwater gullies. It took over a year for this response to come back. So it was logged on the 2nd of February a year ago. So I think our results are shocking in terms of our delivery for residents. The LNP might think they're great. Evidently they do. They think they keep patting themselves on the back. I'm telling you, it is shocking. Residents have never seen it worse. And that's what you get when you vote for cutting staff and cutting services and cutting budgets. You get this pathetic result. And then finally, I'd just like to talk about the Wynnum plan. I've had residents who have been involved with the Maruka Salisbury Nathan sham plan and texting me and going, we've heard the news that the Wynnum plan has passed. And once again, it's this LNP council riding roughshod over residents. Just riding over them, going to do what they want, not listening to consultation, not delivering infrastructure, and the Lord Mayor saying how great they are. The local LNP councillor saying how great the plan was. What I'd say to the residents who are here today, who aren't here now, is now's your time to fight. Fight for the next 2 years and fight to win Wynnum back so that we can actually restore some decent planning to the people for the residents down there. They deserve better planning. And 2028 should be the year we have massive wipeout of the LNP in this council and we actually have decent government returned again. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey, you have already spoken.
Madam Chair, I move that the motion about Annerley Road intersection and the Noble Street crossing be moved off the table.
Again, it's a repeat of the same motion.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, I refer you to the meeting's local law regarding procedural motions, section 42. That notes that a councillor may, during debate, move any of the following procedural motions. Councillor Massey did not make a point of order. She simply moved a procedural motion as part of the meeting. And, Madam Chair, I believe you must accept the procedural motion.
She actually didn't move a point of order.
She did. She moved it come off the table. It's exactly what she did.
Just stood up. Yep.
Doesn't need to move a point of order.
It has to be moved via a point of order. So, and Councillor Massey
Could you,
did not.
Point of order, Madam Chair?
Yes, just one moment.
Yeah, just show us where that rule is.
Section 53. So 1G wishes to move a procedural motion under section 42, and then if you go down to J, may, subject to subsection 2, only raise one of the above proper points of order at any time during the meeting by directing the attention of the chair to it by stating the matter complained of, point of order, and except for subsection 1B, requesting a ruling thereon by the chair. Are there any other? Councillor Marx.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Just one moment, Councillor Marx. Point
Again,
of order,
it's
Councillor
very hard to
Johnston.
hear you, Madam Chairman. Did you say that you are relying on section 42J?
52, 53, 53.
53? That's not the procedural motion section.
Points of order and how
Yes.
they are to be raised by councillors. 53. 1G wishes to move a procedural motion under section 42. It's a procedural motion. Oops, sorry. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on 4 different events that took place in my ward over the last week. Firstly, I want to say we had a fabulous morning tea in my ward office that my staff hosted for one of my staff whose mother turned 100. So it was a fabulous thing, and I have to say Peggy was on fine form. I hope I'm as sprightly, that's the word I'll use, as she is at 100 years. We were all astounded. She was an amazing lady, and it was a lovely morning tea. We then moved on and we had the Sunnybank Probus 20th anniversary event where I was the guest of honour for them at the Algester Sports Club, which was a fabulous event 20 years ago, and I was there for their 10th anniversary, so it was a great pleasure to be back there again for their 20th anniversary. We then also had on the 12th of March the inaugural International Women's Day Ramadan Bazaar, which is at the the space out there in Coopers Plains, which is a sort of a community hub type thing where they do a lot of stuff like recycling of plastic lids and everything like that, and they have food that they then distribute and everything. It's a great little centre anyway. It's not in my ward, but I was delighted to be invited there, and I was delighted that the women that were there were doing this inaugural bazaar. It was to help women who have come from overseas, who now live here, but don't have the confidence in themselves to do a little small business of any sort. So it was just like a little taster for them to see how they could run a business, and it was fabulous, and I take my hat off to the organisation that did that. And I actually met the consul for Portugal at that event, and she did mention the sari wrapping event and said that she was delighted and thought you guys all had a great time. The final event, which happened just Sunday, was
Point of order, Madam Chair. Yep, really.
Sorry, Councillor Marx. You turned your mic off? Yep. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, I refer you to section 53(1), and 2 of the Meetings Local Law, that says that a councillor who wishes to move a procedural order under section 42 may, subject to subsection 2, which is irrelevant, raise one of the proper points of order at any time. So, Madam Chairman, I agree with you that I have raised it twice and therefore it would not be valid for me, but the rule restricts the same councillor from raising the same point of order. It does not restrict others from doing so. And Madam Chairman, you have restricted Councillor Cassidy from raising a valid point of order and Councillor Massey from doing so, as they have not raised these matters previously. I believe you are in error in interpreting the Meetings Local Law as it relates to the councillor's conduct, not the procedural motion itself.
Councillor Johnston, I've already made my ruling on this, so don't uphold your point of order.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor
Madam
Johnston.
Chair, I move that you have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct under the Councillor Code of Conduct by tonight repeatedly failing to properly uphold the Meetings Local Law, and I move that motion.
Seconded.
A motion of unsuitable meeting conduct of the chair has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey. I'll now vacate the chair and leave the chamber, and I invite the Deputy Mayor to the chair in the absence of Councillor Wong.
Sorry.
Under section 10(3) of Meetings Local Law, if both the chair and the deputy chair are absent or unavailable to preside, the deputy mayor presides until a councillor is chosen by motion of the majority of the present councillors. In that regard, as both the chair and deputy chair are unavailable, may I please have a motion to appoint a chair to preside at this council meeting?
I nominate Councillor Strunk.
Councillor Dixon?
Yeah. Point of order, Deputy Mayor. Could I move that Councillor Wines be appointed as acting chair?
Seconded.
The motion has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adaman that Councillor Wines be appointed as the acting chair to preside at this council meeting. Is there any debate? Councillor Dixon.
So I just think in this instance we have been here for the council meeting long enough, so we might just get through this by getting Councillor Wines into the chair and dealing with this motion, as he is experienced as a previous chair, and allow us just to move on with the business of the meeting. Yeah, and I move that it be put.
Seconded.
Point of order.
Seconded.
Point of order.
No, Councillor Dixon, there will be debate. So are there any speakers? Yes, Councillor Collier.
Chair, as you pointed out earlier, the acting chair in this instance, you called for nominations. You gave the call to Councillor Cassidy. Yes. Yes, you did. And I think that if you are not sure, Chair, you should get some advice from the clerks who actually know how to run this place, because the LNP don't.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do believe that there was no second for Councillor Cassidy's motion.
I seconded it. Thank you, Councillor Toomey. Back to you, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. Someone's got to be running this place because it clearly, I don't even know who is in charge, really. Chair, acting chair, you are the deputy mayor. You gave Councillor Cassidy the call. If you play the recording back, you will hear you gave Councillor Cassidy the call. He nominated Councillor Strunk. I seconded him. You ignored that and then called Councillor Dixon. So could you please reflect upon your improper chairing of electing a temporary chair?
Councillor Collier, I didn't give Councillor Cassidy the call.
You gave him the call, Chair.
Councillor Collier, I did not give Councillor Cassidy the call. Right of reply, please, Councillor Dixon.
Point of order.
I haven't sat down.
Yeah.
I haven't sat down.
How can you do a
I'm
right
still
of
debating.
reply?
Continue, Councillor Collier. Continue, Councillor Collier.
So when you say a councillor's name, that doesn't mean you get the...
Yeah, so just
Are you finished, Councillor Collier?
No,
or are
I'm
you
not.
continuing?
I'm on
Okay.
my feet. I've got my microphone turned on. This is ridiculous. We can't even elect a temporary chair under this LNP council who have been in charge of this place for more than 20 years. More than 20 years. What an egregious display of the absolute incompetence of what happens every single week in this place. Every single week in this place. We have rules for some under this LNP council and the LNP chair of council, Councillor Sandy Landers. We have rules for some councillors in this place that are applied inconsistently, week in, week out. One week you can say the word lie, the next week you can't. One week you can call someone a liar, the next week you can't. One week you can say that someone's
Point of order,
misrepresented
Acting
you, and then you can't because you're not quoting them in a direct speech.
Councillor Collier.
All we are asking for...
Point of order, Acting Chair.
Yes, point of order.
It's a beautiful
Order,
performative debate. The relevance to Councillor Wines being the chair is what the debate is about. Ask her, do you call the speaker back to the motion?
Councillor Collier.
This is about electing someone who is competent and is able to apply the meetings local law in this place. And honestly, I'll take the interjection because I actually do think that Councillor Wines is probably the most qualified person from the LNP in this place. From the LNP in this place. Chair, are you going to intervene? Are you going to reprimand people for calling out like I was today? I was formally warned today for doing what these LNP councillors have done. Will you take the same action, Chair? Acting Chair, will you?
Are there any further speakers?
I'm still on my
please?
feet, I'm still speaking. I've got 2 minutes. I've got 2 minutes. The LNP might want me to stop speaking, but maybe I should keep going for the whole 5 minutes.
Councillor Collier.
The whole 5 minutes.
Councillor Howard said you were rude for
Councillor Collier, please come back to the debate. Councillor Collier.
Howard on the LNP side said I was rude, that I was rude for talking in a debate, for raising in this place to talk about can we please have one consistent set of rules that are actually applied equally and fairly. As many of you know, I have been around politics for all of my working life and then some. And in this place, I have never, ever seen such an insane display. Every single week we come in this place, the rules are applied inconsistently.
Point of order, Chair. I can hear from the other side. Are you gonna...
Councillor Massey. Councillor Collier has the call. Please continue.
I've still got 54 seconds to go. All we are asking in this place is that the rules are applied consistently and fairly, or just that they're applied full stop. We see week in and week out from LNP councillors who line up to be in the chair. They line up to be in the chair because they want to have a go when they're applying the rules in this place, but it never happens. And yes, like I said, I think Councillor Strunk would make a very fair and balanced chair. Yes. I think it would be great, but unfortunately he doesn't even have the opportunity to be debated as a potential temporary chair of council because the LNP won't even accept the nomination. They're not listening. Again, Chair, there are people interjecting from the LNP side, talking over the top of me, and I have to endure it because I'm a Labor councillor. Because no one from the LNP will ever be reprimanded in the same way that Labor councillors or opposition
Councillor Collier,
councillors
your
are.
time has expired.
Point
Are
of
there any
order.
further speakers?
Point of order.
Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you so much. You've got to actually turn your head. Thank you. Look, I think there's another problem, Madam Deputy Mayor, which is that the Local Government Act has come into effect. The Local Government Act has appointed the Lord Mayor to be the chair of council. The Local Government Act changes override the City of Brisbane Act and the Meetings Local Law where there are inconsistencies. So as of last week, when those provisions came into assent, the outcome is the Lord Mayor is required to be the chair of council. And Madam Chair, that overrides the provision of actually electing a mayor because the Local Government Act takes precedence.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I don't uphold your point of order. Back to you, please, Councillor Adams.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Mayor. You may want to seek some advice about this because the law has changed. And
Thank you,
now,
Councillor Johnston. I don't uphold your point of order, and Councillor Adams has the call.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Mayor, Acting Chair at this point of time. As I said before, a spectacular performative debate from Councillor Collier. What we see in this place week after week is the absolute, and what we'd like to see in this place week after week is some decorum. And what we have seen from the other side week after week in the last couple of months is nothing but, I'm going to say clown show, probably not appropriate for today, but definitely a performance that is nothing about the people of Brisbane. It's nothing about delivering for the people of Brisbane. And I think what we just heard from Councillor Johnston is what this whole little act is about. This is about getting on with the business of the day, for people who want to speak about things in their ward, for people who want to speak about general business. I'm very proud to say that Councillor Wines and I enjoyed our 18th anniversary in this place on Sunday, and I think there is no better person. I would love to do it. I was a former chair as well, but Councillor Wines has been put forward, and I think that is who we need to go forward with as the chair in this place to move this meeting on, to stop this antics we see from the other side. It is ridiculous, it is juvenile, the behaviour is childish. I support Councillor Wines and I move the motion be put.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. The motion to be put has been moved by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Adaman. Councillor Dixon, right of reply. Oh, sorry. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, no? No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. The motion has been carried. Councillor Dixon, right of reply. Clerks, please read the results.
Acting Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
The motion has been carried. Councillor Dixon, right of reply.
Chair, week after week we come into this place and, we always get a bit of a performance from the other side and they always think that they're hard done by and that the chair is unfair. But I think sometimes there's a lack of respect for the people that we actually represent. They actually expect us to do a job. And earlier today, you may have seen that I did have my little intern with me, and I'd actually be embarrassed if she was here right now to see the sort of display that's been carried on, turfing out our chair week after week, when really we're here to represent the people of Brisbane. I think that we all, we may sit on other sides of the chamber and have different political opinions, but at the end of the day, we're here to represent the people that voted us in. So I really do support us nominating Councillor Wines to chair the meeting in the absence of Councillor Landers, and I urge you to support my motion.
Seconded.
The motion has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adermann. I now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines.
Oh, excuse me. As I said last time, I was brought back out of retirement for this. It's all new up here. So thank you for the vote of confidence in me to chair this matter for the balance of the debate. We have a proponent from Councillor Johnston, who I think it's appropriate to call on at this point. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. The motion I've moved today is a serious one, and the reason it's being moved is to make sure that there is fairness in this chamber in the way it's governed, and that has not been happening for the past 2 years under the chairmanship of Councillor Sandy Landers. Councillor Dixon is right. We are here to represent the people of Brisbane, yet only one side in this chamber is allowed to do so. The motion today about Councillor Landers' decision-making is stark. The reason this is being moved is because Councillor Landers has refused to allow councillors who are duly able and empowered to move procedural motions to bring blocked motions that Councillor Dixon herself has moved to be blocked off the agenda to speak about. And guess what? Fixing pedestrian safety in Annerley is a serious local safety matter for residents in my ward and in Councillor Massey's ward. So if Councillor Dixon thinks this is about anything else other than trying to debate the local issues that she personally blocks in this chamber, then she is a little bit deluded about what's going on here. That is what is going on. Councillor Landers today blocked 8 opposition motions that were moved under the rules of procedure. 8. They related to Pallara, Maruka, Annerley, Victoria Park, Kelvin Grove, West End, Wynnum, you name it. So the LNP week after week blocks motions that are brought on as urgency motions, and they block notified motions. And that's what this was about today. The rules of procedure are clear. Now, I agreed with Councillor Landers. The rules do say that the same councillor cannot move the same point of order twice. Fair enough. That means I can't move the procedural motion. But the same rules do not stop Councillor Cassidy or Councillor Massey from moving it. And the only decision that's been made here today by the Chair of Council, a wrong decision yet again, that punishes opposition councillors, Greens councillors and myself, is to deny us the ability to speak on local motions. That's what Councillor Landers did today. It's not her only bad decision today. The rules, the meeting's local law, are really clear about the 3-hour time frame for debate on motions. It says very clearly that the chair shall, which means must allow 3 hours for debate on motions. If a motion has not been moved Debate has not commenced. Councillor Landers today again made a bad and biased decision that gave the benefit to the LNP to stop debate on local issues. These are petitions in our local areas, these are planning changes in local areas in Brisbane, and Councillor Landers' decision today blocked debate on local matters. So Councillor Dixon, who stands up and says this is all about making sure there's debate on local issues, no, it's not. It's all about the LNP falsely and wrongly backing the LNP chair who week after week does the wrong thing, who won't observe and enforce the rules, who won't do it fairly. And last week she got herself into a really hot spot of bother by allowing the Lord Mayor to reveal commercial in confidence figures from the commercial in confidence matter in the ENC report. The meeting's local law is clear about that. It is the chairperson's decision. She must make a decision about whether commercial and confidential information has been released. The chair refused to do so. She said she'd seek advice. She didn't. She said go and talk to the CEO. The CEO is not empowered under the local laws to make these decisions. Councillor Sandy Landers is. And guess where that decision landed? That landed in a way to protect the LNP and the Lord Mayor. Week after week, the bad decisions are being made by the LNP chair, Councillor Sandy Landers. They are being made directly against the meeting's local laws provisions. They are being made in a biased and unfair way, and Councillor Sandy Landers is not a fit and proper person to be a chair of council when she allows the Lord Mayor to release commercial in confidence information to prevent debate on local issues and to prevent motions about local matters in Annerley from being
Councillor
debated.
Johnston, your time has expired. Are there further speakers on this matter? Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair, and I rise to speak in support of Councillor Sandy Landers and the way that she manages business in this place. I spoke last week about how I was very disappointed in coming to this place and understanding just how little regard those opposite have for the institution of this chamber. They treat it like a joke. They're very happy to treat it like a kindergarten, and it disturbs me greatly when I come in each week and someone has to defend the Chair of Council, who does a wonderful job at trying to keep order in a place where ridiculous behaviour continues to occur. Acting Chair, Councillor Landers addressed all of those issues last week that Councillor Johnston has just raised. It didn't take me very long when I came into this chamber to work out that Councillor Johnston's only interest is to be able to show that she's the smartest person in the room. That is why she moves motions and so that she can stand up and talk, and I take that interjection from Councillor Murphy. It appears that Councillor Johnston does like to hear the sound of her own voice. Well, she can do that at home. She doesn't need to come here and do that. If Councillor Johnston was talking about things that were of interest to the city rather than just trying to make herself look important, that would be helpful. Deputy Chair, it is with great disappointment that each week that we have to come in and defend Councillor Landers. You know, this is a really tough gig. You've been in it, and I know that you come today having experienced being a chair. It is not an easy job. And I think it's very easy for those to throw stones who haven't sat in that chair and having to deal with unruly behaviour that we see week in and week out when we are sitting at council meetings. So I think we need to get on with the business of council. We need to acknowledge the great work of Councillor Sandy Landers as the Chair of Council, and I move that the motion be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved that the motion be put by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it. I will now write a reply, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to sum up the debate. Firstly, I'll put on the record that the process that we are following in this place is the process that's been established under the Meetings Local Law. The Meetings Local Law changes were brought in by Councillor Tracy Davis, Councillor Dixon, and all of the LNP councillors on that side of the chamber. I did not vote for them. And if you look at what I said during that debate, I said there would be problems. This is a system that was set up by the LNP in this place, and it is very problematic. I agree. But the bigger problem here is that Councillor Sandy Landers is not exercising her statutory obligations as the Chair of Councillor in the way in which she should under the City of Brisbane Act and under the Councillor Code of Conduct. Those rules are very clear. You cannot release confidential information. The person who makes that decision is the Chair of Council. And Councillor Davis stood up and said she resolved all those issues last week. No, she didn't. She said she'd seek advice and she never did. She said refer it to the CEO and let's see whether that's in the local rules. No, it's not, because the person who has to make the decision is the Chair of Council. She refused to make the decision to protect the Lord Mayor's bad act, supported by the Deputy Mayor. And that is the problem. That is the problem. Now today, again, Councillor Davis wants to make it all about me. I have simply stood up, and she's shaking her head, but she seemed to talk about me a lot, so I don't know. She did. Most of her speech was about me. Last week and in previous years, I've moved motions, and with Councillor Massey last week, about a pedestrian safety issue in Annerley. It was notified on the agenda. It was moved in the time that is available for debate for opposition councillors, the whole 1 hour that we are given. Instead of that motion being allowed to be debated on the agenda,
5 minutes.
After 5 minutes of Councillor Massey speaking, Councillor Dixon stood up and blocked and tabled that motion. I've asked for that to come back onto the agenda so I and Councillor Massey and other Southside councillors can debate pedestrian safety issues in Annerley. That's all we're on about. That's what I'm on about. That's what I've tried to do twice today. That's it, twice. I'm going to fight for the residents in my area every single step of the way. And the bad acts of this chair should not be allowed to go uncontested. This is the process that has been set out to deal with them. Worse than that, today, Councillor Landers deliberately ignored the rules that say there should be 3 hours for debate for E&C matters. And because it was convenient for Councillor Landers and she felt that it would restrict the amount of time that opposition councillors had for debate, she started the clock early, before the motion had been moved by the Lord Mayor. Yes. That did not allow 3 hours for debate. Yes. Councillor Landers acted contrary to the Meetings Local Law, just as she did last week when she allowed the Lord Mayor to release confidential information. Now today, 2 other councillors other than myself have simply tried to get a notified motion on the agenda for debate. This is a motion that's been properly moved, that is about local issues, and the LNP administration are blocking it and refuse to debate it. And now, again, and fair enough, if I can't be the person who moves the procedural motion, Councillor Cassidy absolutely could have been under the local law. Councillor Trina Massey could have been under the Meetings Local Law, because the Meetings Local Law is clear. A councillor can rise on a point of order. They can't if they've previously moved the same point of order, and neither Councillor Massey or Councillor Cassidy had done so. So week after week we're in this situation because the LNP created these local laws. The LNP continued to support a chair who is out of her depth, who fails to act fairly and fails to act in accordance with the Meetings Local Law. And I'll just say, the Local Government Act changes that came through last week absolutely override the current City of Brisbane Act and the Meetings Local Law. So I think now the Deputy Mayor has a real problem.
All those in favour of the resolution proposed by Councillor Johnston, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Massey. Please ring the bells. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please read the result.
Acting Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 15 against.
The noes have it, the resolution is defeated. Please return to your seats. Can somebody please call upon Councillor Landers to return? Yeah. Councillor Landers, I am happy to inform you that the resolution has been defeated and you are welcome to return to the chair.
Councillor Marx.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I almost forgot what I was doing there for a while. I should have had that coffee at 5:30 after all. So the fourth and final event that I want to talk about was the Pinelands Lions Club, who had their 100-year celebration of their hall, which was quite amazing. And I was asked the question, was the hall in good nick? And I said it actually was. It was in pretty good condition for its age, 100 years. And that particular Lions Club have taken a great deal of pride and care of that hall. They continue to hire it out to many local community groups. And I did mention on the day that as a young mother, well, I probably wasn't that young, but I was a mother, I used to take my kids there for their preschool. And, you know, they're 27 and 28 now, so it was a few years ago. So, yeah, I took my kids there to play school, whatever we used to call it back in the day. And, yeah, same hall, and it's still going strong, and their play groups there to this day using the same facilities. The other thing that was there that was interesting was a number 16 steamroller from the BCC Works department, as it was at the time. So it was the number 16, and I took a little photo of it. Actually asked James Martin, my local state MP, to take a photo for me. So I took a photo, or he took a photo of me in front of the steamroller, and I put it on Facebook and said you had to guess who had been working for the council the longest. So, but I said, be kind, and most of the residents responding were very kind and didn't pick me, so that was good. But it was a fabulous event, and I take my hat off to Pinelands Lions for organising such a great event. They had many things there, including coffee, which was obviously my number one key priority at that hour of the morning. And I just want to say congratulations to you all and thank you. And again, all the events that continue to happen in my ward week after week after week, I'm always delighted to get up and talk about them here in the chamber. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers to general business? No further speakers. I call the meeting closed.